Chapter 1082. Doesn't belong to this era? Ames tilted her head with a strange expression. Then, how did you know? Han Xiao paused and did not answer this question. He changed the topic and said in a low voice, whispered, "This is a secret organization that specializes in developing Esper ability technology. At the same time, they're also a mysterious arms dealer. Their products occasionally appear on the black market, and now, they're eyeing the primal chaos mysterious energy." There was a lot of information that was inconvenient to reveal to Ames, so Han Xiao did not tell her too much. He was only secretly surprised. The first time this organization appeared publicly was during the World Tree War. As a member of the explored universe, they participated in the war to resist the invasion of the World Tree civilization and used their Esper ability technology in the war. Now, it was only version 4.0 of the flickering world, several versions away from the World Tree War in the later storyline of his previous life. In Han Xiao's impression, this group of people should not have appeared in this era, which was why he was surprised. The name of this organization was Holy Covenant. Even in the later versions of his previous life, they were extremely mysterious. He only knew that most of the members of this organization were descendants of different beyond grade as. Other than these Esper ability technology, there were also a large number of historical beyond grade as who participated in the World Tree War together with the Holy Covenant organization. They were all famous beyond grade as whose deaths were confirmed. They seemed to have revived and returned to this universe. Quite a number of them were famous primordial ones. Such a powerful reinforcements with black technology and high-level combatants injected vitality into the chaotic battle back then, dealing a lot of damage to the high-level combatants of the World Tree civilization. The revival of these historical beyond grade as was very exciting, but the reason for their revival was a mystery to the players. The advanced civilizations had sealed off the information, so the players had no way of knowing the inside story. In his previous life, Han Xiao naturally had no way of knowing the truth. However, although the first time the Holy Covenant organization appeared was during the World Tree War, that was not the case for the primordial ones. Early in the Calamity of the Supers version, another batch of primordial ones had awakened and became one of the fuses of the Calamity of the Supers. Back then, the explanation that these primordial ones gave to the outside world was that they had pretended to die in battle during the exploration era and entered a special high-level life-sustaining cabin to hibernate, trying to avoid the tragic exploration era war. They did not want to die in vain and hoped to wake up in the future. With their great power, they could dominate the universe in the new era. But something seemed to have gone wrong. The place where they slept was caught in the flames of war, and the life support cabins drifted through the universe before landing on a barren planet. At the same time, the life support cabins malfunctioned, and they were unable to wake up at the set time. They could only linger on in a deep sleep. Like this, countless years passed. Although the special life support cabins could slow down the decay of the body and soul, they were still gradually heading towards extinction. Coincidentally, when they were on the brink of death, a scientific research team dug them out and reactivated the life-sustaining pods. Only then did they wake up from their deep slumber and spend a long time recovering to their peak state. At that time, the outside world only knew that the revival of the primordial ones was a fact. Although there were loopholes in this statement, such as how a beyond grade A could be restricted by a small life capsule, the truth could not be verified. The public could only believe it and think that this was the truth. Therefore, in summary, in the version of his previous life, the primordial ones had appeared twice. Once during the Calamity of the Supers, and the other time during the World Tree War. The two groups were different. The group of primordial ones that appeared in the Calamity of the Supers version did not seem to be on the same side as the Holy Covenant organization. However, whether or not they were really related, the players in his previous life had no way of knowing. Therefore, Han Xiao was not sure about the connection between the two. If they were related, then the group of primordial ones that woke up during the Calamity of the Supers might have lied. They might not have returned through the life support cabins. The Holy Covenant organization, Han Xiao pondered and guessed the other party's intentions. This organization had existed for a long time, and they had clearly minded their own business. However, they had suddenly attacked him, which meant that the primal chaos mysterious energy was extremely important to the Holy Covenant organization, to the point that they did not hesitate to offend an important person who stood at the peak of the universe. According to the nature of the Holy Covenant organization, could it be that they wanted to develop some new technology based on the primal chaos mysterious energy? Then, the Holy Covenant organization in his previous life should have done something similar. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. If that was the case, the Holy Covenant organization in his previous life might have secretly worked with Escod. They split up the other primal Esper ability entities and exchanged them for the resources in Escod's hands. Then, they obtained the primal chaos mysterious energy and split it in half with Escod. If that was the case, some of Escod's super high-risk Esper abilities in the later stages might have been provided by the Holy Covenant organization. Originally, it was fine if he did not know, but now that Han Xiao realized that the Holy Covenant organization had existed in this era, he could not help but become very interested in it. The Holy Covenant organization ran away after one shot, thinking that they would not be exposed. Little did they know that I already knew about their origins. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, and his mood became better again. Compared to this great discovery of the century, suffering a small loss in their hands was nothing. At this time, Ames asked curiously, "Your dynasty's Clotty was swept away by the space turbulence. Will he be fine?" "Don't worry, he's just lost. With his ability and the universal treasures in his hands, it won't take long for him to escape." Han Xiao was not worried about the Dark Emperor at all. No matter where he fell, Clotty was the more dangerous existence at the top of the food chain to that creature from the secondary dimension. However, he could not track Clotty in the space turbulence, so he could not get him out. The Holy Covenant organization's fleet also used the dimensional exile bullet to send themselves into the space turbulence to prevent them from being chased. Because his virtual intrusion was interrupted by the memory formatting virus, Han Xiao did not leave any hidden data in the other party's spaceship. This was like stabbing a needle into the spaceship without warning, only to discover that there was a needle hidden inside. Next time, he would be prepared. As long as he deliberately put on a thick layer of data shield as a buffer and got rid of the virus before it spread, it would be very difficult for this trap to work on him. At this time, Han Xiao looked at the containment device of the primal chaos mysterious energy and realized that this guy was very agitated, crazily ramming into the inner wall of the container and screaming, "Ah, it hurts." Seeing this, Han Xiao could not help but mourn. In his previous life, his body had been torn apart by someone. He thought that with Escod taken care of, the primal chaos mysterious energy would not repeat the same mistake. He did not expect that his penis would still be taken away. Furthermore, his treatment might be even worse. In his previous life, Escod only used his ability and did not torture him. The Holy Covenant organization would definitely conduct research on it, which meant that the primal chaos mysterious energy would feel all kinds of torture from that part of his body. Han Xiao was even more sympathetic. "Speaking of which, how did you feel just now? You couldn't control your body?" "That's right. I don't know what they did, but they stimulated my core and made me lose control of my body. Then, they used an irresistible force field to drag me over." Han Xiao rolled his eyes. "Then, can you still feel the location of that part of your body?" "I can." Before the primal chaos mysterious energy finished, as if it was stimulated, its entire body suddenly shrank. It said in shock, "Ah, my senses are blocked." Han Xiao raised his brows, but he was not surprised. The primal chaos mysterious energy was an expert in the study of primal Esper ability entities. There was no way it would leave such an obvious clue for others to follow. However, did this not mean that this part of the primal chaos mysterious energy's body had been cut off, and all that was left was the illusion of pain? Ha 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 ha. The holy light particle laughed so hard that it was rolling on the ground. "Karma, to think that you would have such a day." The primal chaos mysterious energy was like a cat that had just been neutered. It flipped through its missing body parts and said in grief and anger, "Black Star, Black Star, you have to help me get my body back." Han Xiao's lips twitched. "Why do I feel like I've taken away Evan's role? But I don't want to participate in a big battle." At this time, A notification popped up on the interface as usual. You have triggered the mission, Primal Chaos Mysterious Energies request for help. Mission introduction. A mysterious organization has taken part of the core energy of the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy from you. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy hopes that you can help him get it back. Mission requirements. Get back the missing core energy of the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. Reward. 1,500,000,000 experience, 1 random reward, plus 60 favorability of the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy, plus 1 favorability of the Holy Light Particle, Primal Esper Ability Entity Affinity, Primal Esper Ability Entity Affinity. The Primal Esper Ability Entity will be more likely to accept you. There's indeed a mission. Han Xiao looked at it and calculated in his mind. The reward of this mission was rather ordinary, so he did not pay much attention to it. However, dealing with the Holy Covenant organization seemed to be an opportunity to complete Primal Esper Ability Collector. If he were to try his luck and find ownerless Primal Esper abilities, he did not know when he would be able to gather 4 slots. Now that he had encountered the Holy Covenant organization that specialized in Esper ability technology, they definitely had a lot of stock. If he could get it back, this milestone mission would be easily completed. Han Xiaoshan made up his mind and replied, "Okay, I'll do it. However, they're very elusive. It won't be that easy to find them. As long as you're willing to help me." The Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy was overjoyed. Black Star was not its host, he was only using it as a tool. It did not have the right to ask for his help. Even without a part of its body, it could still be useful. Therefore, it was really afraid that Han Xiao would not agree. Han Xiao comforted it with a few words. He then took out the backup Mysterious Energy Host carrier and stuffed the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy into it again. He did not give it any time to recover from its psychological trauma and continued to make it work. At this time, Ames looked at the raging space turbulence around them, frowned, and said, "The space turbulence released by that group of people has caused serious damage to the land of dead silence. If we don't do anything about it, this secondary dimension might disappear before Hela comes again." Hearing that, Han Xiao also looked around. The originally broken space wall of the land of dead silence now looked like it had been eaten by worms, with more and more small holes appearing. This dimension was related to Hela, so the two of them could not just leave it be. Han Xiao had no choice but to summon a large piece of space equipment to control the environment. The thickness of the space wall depended on the core energy of the secondary dimension. Only when there was enough energy would the space wall self-repair. The area of the dimension continued to expand. Han Xiao could only try his best to lead the space turbulence released by the dimensional exile bullet out of the land of dead silence to reduce the pollution. This was a difficult project. The two of them stayed in the land of dead silence for quite a while before they managed to expel the space turbulence inside the dimension. At this time, the two of them sensed something and realized that the resurrection tokens they were wearing suddenly had a drastic increase in temperature. At the same time, a golden-orange radiance suddenly appeared on a broken black floating island in the distance. Han Xiao immediately turned around and was slightly stunned. A golden-orange phantom emerged from the black desert. It looked like a spirit body, and the appearance of this phantom was that of a female humanoid creature. She looked gentle and beautiful, wearing beautiful clothes. She looked extremely young, but her eyes were very deep and vicissitudes of life. She had a kind temperament like a grandmother, and she was silently looking at the two of them. Seeing this, the two of them were slightly shocked. When they first arrived, they had already checked the entire secondary dimension. They clearly did not sense any existence, but now, a strange phantom had appeared out of nowhere. They did not know what it was, but it managed to avoid their senses. After the attack of the Holy Accord organization, Han Xiao's vigilance had yet to subside. He was secretly preparing for battle. At this time, the resurrection tokens on the two of them actually showed signs of floating. The phantom pointed at the two resurrection tokens and released a mental wave. "Can you tell me, what is your relationship with the creator of these two coins?" In the space turbulence, the Holy Covenant organization's fleet with its shield activated was floating up and down. In the command room, Law held the containment device and observed the primal chaos mysterious energy fragments. He was not very satisfied and sighed. Sigh, Black Star's recovery ability is too strong. The products the organization gave us have limited effects on him. We didn't have enough time, so we could only get a small part of the primal chaos mysterious energy. Be content. At least we met the minimum requirement and made up for the synthesis materials. We can report back now. If we were a little greedy and did not escape decisively, our spaceship might have been invaded and controlled by Black Star when he recovered, Faye whispered. Although they had achieved the minimum goal of this operation, the two of them knew how dangerous it was. They were still extremely wary of Han Xiao and almost got wiped out. The sneak attack this time was a success, but it also made him wary. The next time we meet him, we won't be able to achieve this result. Plus, he'll probably report the technology we have to the dynasty, which will bring some risk to the organization. Law was worried. Faye was more optimistic. Luckily, the mission is completed. Even if Black Star is wary, it doesn't matter. We won't have to deal with him again. There won't be a next time. That's true. After chatting for a while, Law put away the containment device. He suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, right. Right, I remember that the data on the primal chaos mysterious energy shows that it and the holy light particle are mortal enemies. Their energies have conflicting reactions. Maybe I can use this characteristic to develop a special detection device to find the holy light particle." Hearing this, Faye agreed. You're right. The holy light particle has been missing for many years, and we don't know where it is hidden. It's also an important synthesis material. The organization will probably take your suggestion seriously and make the holy light particle their next target. Chapter 1083. In the land of dead silence, the two of them looked at the golden-orange spirit that had appeared out of thin air. Han Xiao held the resurrection token and asked curiously while sensing its vibration, "What are you?" "What are you?" "I'm the consciousness of the underworld. Simply put, I'm the butler of this secondary dimension. You can call me by my name, Oniselu. It's actually a dimensional consciousness entity. I thought that in a dying secondary dimension like this, even if it had a consciousness entity, it would have already disappeared." Han Xiao was secretly surprised. Only a very small number of secondary dimensions could give birth to dimensional consciousness, which was equivalent to having a life of its own. The evil convergence was one such example. A dimensional consciousness entity was of a higher level, which meant that the secondary dimension had successfully ignited the spark of intelligence. In comparison, the evil convergence was just a beast. This dimensional consciousness entity could control all the energy of the secondary dimension. In the eyes of some people, it was an existence similar to a god. Some sects worshipped the dimensional consciousness entity as a god statue. This was one of the mainstream forms of existence of gods in the main universe. According to Han Xiao's understanding, the function of the dimensional consciousness entity was basically the same as the land, which made it much simpler to explain. No wonder he could not sense its existence. Although this was a dying secondary dimension, it was still its territory. The dimensional consciousness entity was this space itself. If it did not want to appear, no one would be able to discover it. Then what's the underworld? Han Xiaoshin had a vague guess. Sure enough, this dimensional consciousness entity who called herself Oniselu looked down at the black floating island under her feet and said calmly, "As you can see, this secondary dimension that's heading toward destruction is the underworld." Han Xiaoshin understood. The land of dead silence was what the Void Lord Kirkmand called it. It seemed like the underworld was the official name of this secondary dimension. He raised the resurrection token in his hand and asked, "So, you should have discovered us long ago. Since you reacted to the energy in this coin, why did you only appear now?" "Just to confirm your intentions." Oniselu's mental fluctuations were very gentle. Oniselu had noticed Han Xiao the moment they entered the underworld dimension. She had been observing them silently. Only when they helped her manage the environment and she confirmed that they had no ill intentions did she decide to show herself. On the other hand, Oniselu also needed to determine if the two guys carrying the resurrection tokens were friends or foes with the creator. This was very important to her. Han Xiao still wanted to ask, but he was interrupted by Oniselu. I know you have a lot of questions, but I have answered enough questions. Before you tell me your relationship with the creator of these 2 coins, I will not answer any more of your questions. Hearing this, Han Xiao kept his mouth shut and started to calculate the pros and cons. The fact that the Hella sisters had an energy connection with this secondary dimension was already very strange, and now that this dimension had a consciousness, it was even more sensitive. According to Hella, this dimension was an obstacle to her and Aurora's connection, and it had been silently absorbing the energy they transmitted. Thus, he could not confirm the other party's intentions for the time being. He did not know if he should be honest or not. But then again, since there was a consciousness of the dimension, it would definitely know the ins and outs of everything. Hella did not have to guess blindly. The only problem was to confirm that the other party was not lying. Just as Han Xiao was thinking, Ames, who had been listening silently, suddenly spoke. She's my student. Oniselu turned around and looked. Can you prove it? Ames looked at Han Xiao and signaled with her eyes. Fine, since you've said it, I don't have to think about it anymore. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly and used virtual technology to show some of Hella's information. It really is the power of the dead. Oniselu's mental fluctuations seemed to be relieved, and she smiled kindly. She also has an elder sister or younger sister who has the life esper ability, right? They should be related by blood. That's right. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he nodded. Oniselu looked at the 2 of them deeply, clasped her hands together, and her tone became serious. I have a request. I hope you can bring them to me as soon as possible. The underworld needs a new successor. Successor? Han Xiao and Ames looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. What's going on? Tell me everything you know, and I'll tell them. But if you don't, I can only suspect your intentions and stop them from coming, Han Xiao said in a deep voice. The title of successor sounded good, but Han Technician was afraid that this was an existence similar to the Meow King. He was worried that he would be tricking Hella, so he had to ask clearly. Since I've decided to show up, I don't plan to hide it from you. Oniselu shared a memory through her mental fluctuations, giving off an atmosphere of listening to her mother's story of the past. It all started from the exploration era. In the Long War, the first batch of Beyond Grade as was born. They were called the primordial ones in history. Among the primordial ones, there was a pair of sisters who were not related by blood but had esper abilities that complemented each other. They were Nerkis, the master of death, and Eros, the mother of all. They used their own abilities to create this underworld dimension. At first, the underworld dimension was just a cage used to imprison the souls of the dead that Nerkis had restrained and the followers that Eros had subdued. However, as the abilities of the 2 founders continued to grow, the underworld dimension gained a new function, which was to become a place for the souls of the dead, providing a world where the consciousness of the dead could live forever. Since you're a mechanic, in your words, you can understand it as converting the memories and minds of those who died physically into data and uploading it to the virtual world to achieve a different kind of eternal life. The underworld dimension is like a server, storing the souls of countless lives. Many strong people from the exploration era chose the underworld and slept here after death. Therefore, Nerkis and Eros created me and let me manage the underworld, becoming the tomb keeper of the underworld. The 2 founders were extremely talented, and they did not stop growing. Nerkis' ability prevented the souls from decaying in the underworld, while Eros used her ability to create temporary physical vessels for the souls to regain the shell of life. Then, she used the special energy of the fusion of the 2 to temporarily restore the combat power of the target until the fuel of life was used up. Even if the physical vessels died again, their souls could still return to the underworld. The 2 of them used this ability to create a strong army. The underworld dimension was still a huge army camp to them. Hearing Oniselu's explanation, Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and a strong sense of déjà vu surged within him. What the F***CK? This is Edo reincarnation plus Marta's palace. These 2 sisters really know how to play. Ames had mentioned before that the abilities of the 2 Hella sisters were very similar to the abilities of these 2 primordial ones, So Han Xiao had looked up their information before and knew that the mother of all creation was not as weak as Aurora. She had a huge number of followers and had abilities similar to summoners. Now, this was the first time that Han Xiao knew the details of their abilities. This meant that the underworld stored the souls of countless strong people. Through the fusion of life energy, death energy, and revival energy, one could perform Edo reincarnation and turn them into a huge army. According to this dimensional consciousness entity, the two Hela sisters seemed to be able to become the inheritors of the underworld. Wouldn't this mean that they had received the inheritance of two primordial ones? A windfall from the sky. Good things indeed happened when he spent a lot of time with Fu Ding. Just as he was pleasantly surprised, Oniselu changed the topic, and her tone became sorrowful. Unfortunately, after the death of the two founders, the underworld dimension lost its energy supply and gradually withered. All the souls fell silent, and even I fell into a deep sleep. How did they die? Han Xiao was curious. The information did not state the cause of their death. It only said that they had disappeared without a trace. A bunch of conspiracy theories appeared in his mind, but Oniselu's answer was unexpected. They committed suicide. Han Xiao was slightly stunned. They were alive and well. Why? Oniselu sighed. They kept developing their abilities, and one day, they suddenly had an epiphany. All this time, they claimed to be the controllers of life and death, but they had never felt what real death and new life were. In their opinion, only by walking this path could their Esper abilities reach a higher level. Therefore, they decided to walk towards death to find the true meaning of life and death. Before they died, they told me not to be sad, that destruction was only the beginning of a new life, that this was their final destination. On that day, I saw with my own eyes that they left behind their fleshly bodies. They naturally soared into the sky and ended their lives. Han Xiao's face was filled with question marks. No, they were already dead. What was there to comprehend? Could it be that these two were the ultimate Tao seekers, and they came to the conclusion that they could die at night? Perhaps only with such a mentality could they become the first batch of great people in the universe to break through the beyond grade A. Perhaps this was the meaning of the primordial ones. As if she understood Han Xiao's expression, Oniselu shook her head and said softly, I know your doubts. I know your doubts. Before their consciousness completely disappeared, there was a brief moment where they were in the superposition of life and death. It was at that moment that I received the last message they left. They said that they had finally found the true meaning of life and death. What is it? Han Xiao's curiosity was piqued again. Inheritance. Oniselu's tone was gentle. They said that passing on the torch is the true meaning of endless life, forming a complete cycle in the huge life system. Han Xiao was speechless. Isn't this common sense? Did you guys learn this when you were trying to kill yourselves? You died for nothing. However, although he really wanted to complain, he also understood that it was one thing to know the truth, and it was another to experience it personally. Most of the time, the key to a higher level was the sudden flash of inspiration. This was the origin of epiphany. The stronger one was, the more important this feeling was. Oniselu continued. Their deaths were not in vain. They passed on this deepest understanding to the next generation. Han Xiaoshan was shocked and could not believe it. Could Hela and Aurora really be the reincarnations of those two primordial ones? Hearing this, Ames was also shocked. However, Oniselu shook her head. Reincarnation? Not like that. They're already dead, completely dead. Their souls have disappeared, and their bodies have been decomposed by me to replenish the origin energy of the dimension. Other than this underworld, there's nothing left. They left all their experience in their Esper abilities. It's their Esper abilities that are passing on. I still don't understand. Ames did not understand. Oniselu explained patiently. After they died, they left behind the seeds of the life Esper ability and death Esper ability. This is neither material nor energy but a higher dimensional information form. I don't know why this happened, but I know that if I kept them, no one in the entire universe would awaken the life Esper ability and death Esper ability. Therefore, in order to complete the task entrusted to me by the two founders and to save myself, I sent these 2 seeds of information entanglement back to the main universe. I knew that one day in the future, they would blossom and bear fruit on 2 new life forms. At this point, Oniselu paused and smiled. Do you really think it's a coincidence that a pair of sisters with the life and death esper abilities appeared in the entire universe? Hearing this secret, the great mechanic Han felt as if his young heart had been impacted. In that case, Hela and Aurora did not have any direct relationship with the primordial ones. They were only chosen by the information form esper ability seeds and became this generation's life and death esper ability users. The primordial ones had integrated their own understanding into the information form esper ability seeds. Therefore, the future awakened would subtly obtain the inheritance of experience and memory, which was equivalent to increasing the talent of the future generations. No wonder Hela could learn new abilities and talents so easily. Not long ago, I finally received a supplement and unconsciously absorbed the energy of this generation's sisters, barely waking me up from a long deep sleep. Then, I stopped absorbing. Han Xiao thought to himself. Not long ago, it should be when Hela and Aurora were developing their life connection. No wonder the energy they transmitted was sucked away. That makes sense. In that case, the underworld dimension is actually a medium for the life connection of the 2 sisters, a medium for their energy. This time, Oniselu shook her head and calmly said, the remains of the 2 primordial ones allowed me to last for a long time. They've long been used up. The underworld urgently needs a long-term stable source energy provider. Please bring them over as soon as possible. I don't know how long I can last. As soon as she said that, Han Xiao received a mission notification. You have triggered the mission, Heir of the Underworld. Mission Introduction. The Underworld is the legacy of the previous generation's life and death esper. The dimensional consciousness body Oniselu has sensed that she is dying. She hopes that Hela and Aurora will become the new heirs. Mission requirements. Help Hela and Aurora inherit the underworld dimension. Reward, 50 million EXP, plus 20 Oniselu favorability, 1 character summon card. Additional mission requirements. Restore the underworld dimension to its peak. Additional reward, plus 40 Oniselu favorability, mark of the underworld. Chapter 1084. Mission time. Han Xiao glanced at the interface and immediately knew what was going on. According to the basic reward, it should not be difficult for Hela to take over the underworld dimension. It was just that the additional requirements would be more difficult. Who knew how much energy it would take to restore this tattered underworld to its original state? Even squeezing Hela dry would not be enough. However, since it was an inheritance from a senior, there was no reason to reject it. At most, it would take more time. The brand of the underworld made Han Xiao quite envious. Its effect was to gain the right to control the energy of the secondary dimension to a certain extent. This thing was equivalent to a kind of control authority, similar to the mark of evil convergence on Traveler. It was the key to opening the secondary dimension and also gave some strength bonuses. Furthermore, when he killed an enemy, he could also drag the enemy's soul into the underworld and increase the number of members in the Martyr's Palace. It was equivalent to gaining part of Hela's authority and becoming a part-time soul hunter. Connecting this to the favorability reward, could it be that he had done Oniselu a huge favor, so she was willing to give her body to him? Thinking about it this way, it did seem quite exciting. Han Xiao recalled that in his previous life, Hela did not display any ability related to the underworld dimension. The underworld had probably already disappeared before she discovered it. After all, the opportunity for Hela to discover the underworld dimension was the process of establishing a lifelink with Aurora. The underworld acted as a medium and intercepted most of the energy transmitted between the 2. Without this wave of energy, Oniselu would not have been able to wake up. In his previous life, Aurora was already dead, and Hela was alone. Since there was no energy transmission between the 2 sisters, she most likely did not discover the existence of the underworld dimension and missed out on the inheritance. At the same time, without Aurora, there was no way to summon an underworld powerhouse like the Edo Tensei, and the recovery energy from the fusion of the 2 did not exist. Thus, even if Hela obtained the underworld dimension, she would only be able to use a weakened version of it. Therefore, in the end, the germinal organization leader was really amazing. Various thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind. Finally, he calmed himself down and nodded at Oniselu. "All right, I'll bring them over immediately to meet you. It's all up to you." Oniselu smiled. After she finished speaking, her figure disappeared, concealing the dimensional consciousness entity once again. She had already said what she needed to say. Now that her dimensional energy was completely depleted, she would save as much as she could. Now that only the two of them were left, Han Xiao turned to look at Ames and saw that she was deep in thought. It was obvious that she had not recovered from the shock yet. This was understandable. The two of them only wanted to help Hela scout the area, but they didn't expect to encounter a series of unforeseen events. First, he met the traveler and beat him up. Then, he was ambushed by an unknown army. Clotty went missing, and the primal chaos mysterious energy was crippled. Finally, he met the dimensional consciousness entity of the underworld and learned such shocking secrets. There was too much information to digest. It was said that every lucky guy seemed to have a physique that caused trouble easily. Why didn't he see Ames's potential in this aspect before? However, overall, Han Xiao was more surprised than shocked. He had captured the holy light particle, triggered many new missions, and obtained some secret intelligence. He had gained a lot. Although a part of the primal chaos mysterious energy was taken away, it could still use its abilities. Thinking about it this way, it did not seem like he had lost anything. As for the pain of the primal chaos mysterious energy, Han Xiao was actually not too concerned. Lu Zizhen had really said this time that the joys and sorrows of people were not the same, let alone people and Esper ability entities. Dealing with the Holy Covenant organization required long-term planning. The most important thing now was to help Hela inherit the underworld. Thinking about that, Han Xiao patted Ames's shoulder and said, "Stop spacing out. It's time to leave." Ames came back to her senses and smiled happily. "I didn't expect Hela and Aurora to have such fortuitous encounters. As expected of my students." "Yes, yes, yes. Your students are amazing." Seeing that Ames had entered her disciple-obsessed mode again, Han Xiao helplessly interrupted her and said, "Since we've encountered such a situation, we have to stop our trip. I'll get the primal chaos mysterious energy to bring you back to Blackstar Palace and bring Hela over. You don't have any objections, right? This is great news." "Why would I have any objections?" Ames chuckled. Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded and ordered the mysterious energy host to grab Ames, disappearing without a trace in a flash. The primal chaos mysterious energy's dimensional travel ability was much more convenient than mechanical devices, so it did not take much time to go back and forth. Leaving him alone to wait, he thought for a while before opening the communication channel and calling the dynasty's secondary dimension outpost. This time, he contacted the dynasty's guardian here. After a while, the communication was finally connected, and Guzar's face appeared before him. The moment he saw this face, Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. "Hey, Zhongfei? Oh, I saw wrongly. Scared me. This is too similar. It's like they're made from the same mold." This time, Guzar's loud voice sounded, and his tone was impatient. "Blackstar, I suddenly lost the location of the Dark Emperor. Where did he go? We were attacked by a mysterious fleet, and he was exiled into space turbulence." Han Xiao briefly explained the process, emphasizing the Holy Covenant's technology. This group of small fries actually made him suffer. "Clotty is really getting worse and worse," Guzar grumbled unhappily. Understandable, understandable." Han Xiao coughed and tried to change the topic. Guzar shook his beard and murmured, "However, this group of people's technology is indeed unique. If I was not prepared, I might have ended up like them. Hey, Blackstar, do you know where they came from?" "I don't know. If you want to track them down, I suggest the dynasty start with the records of the birth of primal Esper ability entities. This organization must have more than one primal Esper ability entity. I don't know about the rest." This time, he was not deliberately hiding it. Han Xiao's understanding of the Holy Covenant of this era was indeed limited. Just exposing the organization's name would not have much effect, and it would only attract suspicion. Got it. I will upload your information. This group of people actually dared to attack the dynasty. We must dig them out and teach them a lesson, Guzar said in a deep voice. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Letting the dynasty track down the Holy Covenant organization would at least cause some trouble for the other party. With the power of an advanced civilization, they might really discover something. This could be considered as him taking advantage of the situation. Guzar cursed a few times and vented some of his anger before calming down. He sized up Han Xiao's figure and could not help but extend a warm invitation. Blackstar, I've always wanted to get to know you. Come visit me when you have time. Let's get to know each other better. There will be a chance. Han Xiao agreed with a smile on the surface, but he sighed in his heart. A powerful beyond grade A taking the initiative to befriend him meant that he was finally about to succeed in getting to know him after so many years. He had an impression of Guzar. This was a dynasty expert who guarded the secondary dimensions all year round, and he had never met him personally before. In Han Technician's memory, this guy seemed to be very good at fighting. It was a pity that he died a little too early and did not make it to the World Tree version. Speaking of which, the secondary dimensions were also one of the battlefronts of the World Tree War. The degree of devastation here was not inferior to that of the main universe. The research institutes and outposts of the three universal civilizations in the secondary dimensions were almost completely wiped out. Compared to the stable spacetime and style of the main universe, the bizarre secondary dimensions were more dangerous due to their endless changes. After chatting for a while, the two parties got along quite well and left a good impression on each other. Han Xiao hung up the communication. The space around him fluctuated again, and the mysterious energy host brought Ames and Hela back to Han Xiao's side. He turned around and greeted them. Yo, you're here. Why didn't you bring your sister along? There's no need to bring Aurora to such a dangerous place. I need her ability, so I'll just get her to transmit it to me remotely. Hela explained. She then looked around, curiously sizing up the underworld dimension, and suspiciously said, "You guys really didn't team up to lie to me. This secondary dimension is the legacy of the primordial ones. Let her explain it to you herself." Han Xiao snapped his fingers and almost subconsciously called him Giza Earth. Oniselu appeared again. She first smiled at Han Xiao, as if praising his efficiency. Then, she pulled the doubtful Hela aside and started talking. Seeing this, Han Xiao called out to Hela and said, "All right, let's talk to her for now." "All right, you can talk to her slowly. Ames and I won't stay here to accompany you. We'll leave you with a mechanical army. If there's anything, just inform me. You have the King mechanical suit anyway. Just call me if you're in danger, and I'll teleport you back." Hyla turned around and looked at him. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. "Okay, you go and play with your teacher." Han Xiao smiled at her, then let the mysterious energy host take the two of them and disappear. He was not worried about Hela's safety. After all, she was a beyond grade A, and she had his own army to take care of her. She had enough power to protect herself in the secondary dimensions. Looking in the direction where the two of them disappeared, Hela had complicated emotions in her eyes. There was both joy and disappointment. The legacy of the primordial ones was an opportunity to increase her strength, so she was naturally very surprised. However, when she thought about how the two-person trip she had agreed to with Blackstar in the secondary dimensions would be cancelled, Hela felt a little disappointed. Although she did not usually say it, she actually really wanted to go out and play with Blackstar, Void Dimension. A red light flashed, and the two of them instantly appeared in Kirkman's territory. After settling the business of the Holy Light Particle and the Underworld Dimension, Han Xiao planned to complete the Void Conqueror milestone mission. Therefore, he remembered his agreement with Kirkman and rushed back. However, at this moment, the two of them looked around and could not help but be slightly stunned. The Void Crystal Floating City, which was originally densely populated, was now empty. The Void Core stationed here were all gone. Strange, where did they all go? Did they go out to train? Ames looked around. We'll know once we find a void creature and ask. Han Xiao brought Ames to Kirkman's palace. As expected, there were still some void attendants who did not have much combat power left. When they saw the two distinguished guests that their lord had received, they all came forward to welcome them. Han Xiao did not stand on ceremony and asked directly, "Where did Kirkman go?" His lordship led the army out to war. Didn't we tell him to wait for us to return before starting the war? Could he not even wait for this little bit of time? Han Xiao was puzzled. The void attendant said helplessly, "It wasn't Lord Kirkman who started the war. It was the other void lords who invaded us, and Lord Kirkman was only forced to fight." "Then give me the coordinates of the battlefield." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "It seems like we came at the right time." At the same time, in a certain area of the void dimension, two massive void armies were engaged in a fierce battle. In the middle of the battlefield, the leading void lords of both sides were killing each other. One of them was riding a young void dragon, holding a giant void crystal shield and a black longsword. The other was riding a void worm with more than 20 arms, all of which were holding bronze short spears. Every time the weapons of both sides clashed, there would be a burst of bluish-purple void energy shockwaves. A large area around them was emptied out, and no one came to interfere with the duel between the two void lords. The one wielding the longsword was Kirkman. He was at a slight disadvantage in the duel. His control of void energy was not as profound as his opponent's, and his ability was also much weaker. He was in a rather passive position, attacking less and defending more. The enemy he was facing was his nemesis, Han Xiao's mission target, Void Lord Bagdora. As they were all void creatures, they had high resistance to void energy, which limited the effectiveness of long-range attacks. Thus, most void creatures were more inclined to close combat when dealing with their own kind. Clang! More than 10 short spears slashed down at the same time. Kirkman hurriedly raised his shield to block, and a ring-shaped shockwave exploded at the point of collision. Both sides were in a stalemate. "Can you feel my increased strength? You're no longer my opponent." Bagdora laughed loudly. "You killed another void overlord." Kirkman was both shocked and furious. At their level, every increase in strength was very important. Only by devouring existences of the same level or higher would their strength increase significantly. For many years, both of them were evenly matched, but now, Bagdora's strength was obviously higher. This could only be explained by him devouring the core of another void lord. A newly born void lord happened to pass by my territory, so I turned him into my nutrients. This is fate. I'm destined to defeat you, damn it. Kirkman was instantly envious. Why couldn't he encounter such a good thing? Bagdora stabbed his short spear so hard that it left after images. His mental fluctuations were filled with impatience. He had already treated Kirkman as a nutritious meal and could not wait to devour him. As long as I devour you, I'll be able to enter the ranks of the upper-level lords. Resistance is useless. Be obedient and become my food. Kirkman could not withstand the enemy's ferocious charge, and it became more and more difficult for him to defend. He was surrounded by danger, and the army around him was also showing signs of weakness. He knew that if this continued, he would definitely lose. He could not help but shout angrily, "Don't be smug. I still have reinforcements." "So what if you have reinforcements? Do you think I'll be scared away by you?" Bagdora laughed maniacally and used his short spear to cut off a small piece of Kirkman's body. "I'll eat your so-called reinforcements as well. They'll be the nourishment you're giving me." At this moment, Han Xiao's figure happened to appear at the edge of the battlefield. Hearing this, he could not help but turn to look at this void lord. His eyebrows twitched. He released a wide-area mental message that suddenly swept across the battlefield. "You want to try?" Chapter 1085. Accompanying Han Xiao's appearance was the beyond grade A energy wave he emitted. His entire person became an energy source that released a strong and dangerous aura, immediately attracting the attention of all the void creatures that were fighting. "Ha! My helper is here." Kirkman's spirit was greatly boosted, and his whole body was filled with energy. While Bagdora was in a daze, He urged his mount and swept past his opponent with his blade horizontally. With a flash of black light, a few of Bagdora's energy arms were chopped off and evaporated instantly. Bagdora hurriedly retreated, distancing himself from Kirkman, and regrew a few more arms. He then looked in the direction of Han Xiao with a solemn expression, no longer having the smugness from before. The beyond grade A supers of the main universe were not to be trifled with. This was the common knowledge of the secondary dimensions. He did not expect Kirkman to have formed a connection with an unfamiliar beyond grade A supers. Who are you? Let me remind you, don't interfere in the matters of the void dimension. I'm Lord Kasui's subordinate. Bagdora did not say anything else. Among the people he knew in the main universe, Kasui was the most famous. He's not. He's just trying to scare you. Kirkman exposed him mercilessly. Humph, don't believe him. Kirkman is a liar. He's definitely using you. You're the liar. Kirkman was furious. You're the liar. At such a crucial moment, the two of them did not stop bickering. Han Xiao did not intend to continue bickering with the other party. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and countless mechanical troops swarmed out. Then, a large net made of mechanical force grabbed all the individuals and pulled them toward him, quickly fusing them together. The huge commotion caused all the void creatures on the battlefield to stop fighting and look over. A mechanical deity quickly formed. As the opponent was only a void duke, he did not summon too many mechanical troops, so the size of the mechanical deity was not large. It was only less than 10,000 meters tall. The most eye-catching part was the huge metallic battle robe on its back. It was not as smooth as cloth, and it was filled with mechanical structures that looked extremely sophisticated. It was the Emperor's cape that was being used in actual combat for the first time. Mechanical deity? Bagdora was rather knowledgeable. The frequency of his mental fluctuations was messed up, revealing his current emotions. If he had a face, he would be able to see the expression of surprise and panic on his face. Without another word, Bagdora turned around and tried to run. She disappeared in an instant, entering void hyperdrive. However, Kirkman was already prepared. As a void feudal lord, he had plenty of means to stop his opponent from escaping. He swung his long sword horizontally and slapped the void in front of him. Dense void energy erupted, spreading out ripples that easily sealed this void dimension. The next moment, Bagdora's body reappeared, having been knocked out of hyperdrive by Kirkman. Bagdora was furious, but before he could try again, Han Xiao, who was far away, had no intention of watching the show and controlled the mechanical deity to charge over. Seeing this, he did not dare expose his back anymore. He hurriedly controlled the void energy and fired wave after wave of long-range attacks at the mechanical deity, trying to stop Han Xiao from approaching. The mechanical deity did not slow down. It raised its hand and grabbed a corner of the Emperor's robe, using the cape to block its front. A matrix-like energy shield instantly appeared on the surface of the cape. It was extremely tough and thick. Countless void energy bombarded it, but it was like pebbles hitting non-Newtonian fluid. Only a small ripple was created, and it could not even slow down the charging speed of the mechanical deity. At the same time, the Emperor's robe itself had the effect of greatly increasing the agility and speed of the mechanical deity. At the edge of the cape, there were signs of space distortions, increasing the speed of the mechanical deity by more than a little. It could be said to be as fast as lightning, creating a strong contrast to its original slightly clumsy movements. "Don't come over." Bagdora was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but his path was blocked by Kirkman. He could not get rid of him for a while and could only watch as the mechanical deity approached. "Eat my fists." Han Xiao was very relaxed. He raised the arm of the mechanical deity and punched out. Highly concentrated psionic energy mixed with various electromagnetic and vibration force fields formed a light blue energy shield that wrapped around the fist of the mechanical deity. It contained shocking lethality. Boom. Bagdora's block did not have any effect. His huge energy body was flattened and stuck to the fist of the mechanical deity. The bronze short spears made of unknown material were all smashed into molecular-level fragments. His void worm mount also died on the spot, and even its ashes were scattered. Previously, Han Xiao had drawn Mechanical Armor Manipulation Master from a few beyond Grade A captives, which greatly increased the power of mechanical armor in his hands. Furthermore, it especially strengthened the lethality of close combat. The power of this punch was not something a Void Duke like Bagdora could withstand, and he was instantly heavily injured. Void creatures had an independent combat strength system and were not included in the combat strength evaluation standards of the main universe. Therefore, there was no clear comparison. However, at Han Xiao's current level, he naturally had an idea. A Void Duke could exchange dozens of blows with an ordinary beyond Grade A with the home advantage of the Void Dimension, but that was all. Only the upper-level Lords, Void Lords, and Void Progenitors were truly comparable to a beyond Grade A. As for pinnacle beyond Grade A supers, they far exceeded the upper limit of their combat strength. Calculating it this way, Bagdora's combat strength was roughly equivalent to his apostle weapon between level 260 to 280, which was the range of quasi beyond Grade A. It could crush Calamity Grade supers below and beyond Grade A supers above. With such a huge difference in combat strength, Bagdora was not instantly killed thanks to the special constitution of a Void Duke. Bagdora's flattened body froze for a moment on the fist of the mechanical deity. The next moment, he was suddenly shot out like a pinball, directly creating a blank path in the battlefield. The mechanical deity stayed where it was, extended 2 fingers, and aimed at Bagdora, who was flying further and further away. The tip of the fingers transformed into a spout and lit up with a dazzling light. Magic beam cannon. Han Xiao had a wicked sense of humor. Shoo! The energy beam shot out from the fingertip of the mechanical deity, instantly catching up to Bagdora and penetrating his body. Bagdora's body suddenly froze, and he started to evaporate from the inside like snow melting under the hot sun. Very soon, only a grey ball was left floating there. This was the remains of Bagdora, the core essence of a Void Duke. This guy is finally dead. Kirkmand was extremely excited. He jumped over and grabbed Bagdora's core. Feeling the remaining unwillingness in it, he could not help but laugh out loud. With the death of their lord, Bagdora's army immediately fled. Most of the Void creatures fled in all directions and were chased down. The remaining ones surrendered on the spot, and the situation immediately became one-sided. From a fierce battle to cleaning up the mess. Seeing this, Han Xiao deactivated the mechanical deity and smacked his lips. This Void Duke can't even be beaten up. I haven't had my fill yet. This time, Kirkmand returned to Han Xiao's side with Bagdora's core. He could not hide the joy in his mind. Haha, I really didn't misjudge you. Bagdora was killed by you in just a few moves. You must be a big shot in the main universe, right? SOSO, third in the world, Han Xiao said modestly. According to our agreement, I'll give you half of the Void creature cores I collect. We'll be good friends from now on. If you need any help in battle, just call me. This is my energy mark. You can contact me if you need anything. Han Xiao took Kirkman's energy and turned it into a mark on his arm. He already had many enchanted tattoos on his body, so it did not matter if he added one more. Han Xiao glanced at the interface. The mission was completed, and the reward was calculated. He received a large amount of EXP, and his favorability with Kirkman's faction had reached, respected. At the same time, he received a character summon card, which belonged to Kirkman. Its ability was Void Imprisonment, which was a pretty good control skill that could be used 5 times. Compared to this mission, which was not too difficult, this reward was quite generous. However, only a beyond Grade A like Han Xiao could easily complete this mission. With strength, everything was easy. The Void Conqueror milestone mission was also activated. Destroying Void Duke's faction progress was 1/8, and respecting the Void faction progress was 1/4. If he could maintain today's efficiency, the milestone should be activated very soon. This time, Han Xiao's eyes turned, and he smiled. Are you interested in continuing to expand? Oh, you plan to continue helping me? Kirkman paused. He was not happy, but he was shocked and hesitated. The way he saw it, Blackstar wanted to subdue him, just like Kasui. He wanted to make the Void Duke his subordinate and help him expand. Kirkmund did not want to be loyal to others, which was why he did not go to Kasui. At this time, he felt troubled. Han Xiao read his thoughts from his hesitation. After thinking about it, he said, "You can rest assured that I have no intention of learning from Kasui. Since you are willing to be my helper, increasing your faction is equivalent to helping myself. The stronger the ally, the greater the help." The Void Dimension was Kasui's territory. If he came to develop his faction, he would undoubtedly offend this Void Movie Emperor. Therefore, Han Xiao planned to use the form of mercenaries to support some Void Duke. As long as the other party agreed to be his backup, helper, he would help the other party swallow the Void Duke's faction. It would be convenient to complete the milestone mission and also obtain new troops. That's not bad. Kirkmund was relieved. After seeing Han Xiao's strength, he knew that he was not his opponent. If the other party had the intention of subduing his subordinates, he would not be able to resist as long as he used force. Therefore, he felt that there was no need for Blackstar to lie to him. After a simple exchange, Kirkmund went to the side to enjoy the essence of Bagdora. Ames, who had not moved all this while, could not help but shake her head. "You really don't forget to expand your faction at all times." "I'm used to it. After all, I'm a qualified faction leader." As he said that, Han Xiao glanced at Ames. His meaning was self-evident. "What's with that look?" Ames raised her brows slightly. "I'm admiring your beauty. Hair, glib tongue." In the next few days, Han Xiao brought Ames around the Void Dimension, constantly looking for new collaborators and swallowing the Void Duke's faction one after another. With a pinnacle beyond grade A combatant paving the way, the progress of the Void Conqueror milestone was very fast. Such frequent movements also attracted the attention of more Void Dimension bigwigs. When the news spread to Kasui's territory, the Void Dukes that had been subdued reported this news to him one after another. In the main universe, somewhere in the flickering world, in a spaceship, Blackstar ran to the Void Dimension and is still helping the Void Dukes swallow their opponents there. Looking at the Void Messenger in front of him, Kasui frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes, becoming vigilant. Could it be that Blackstar has his eyes on the Void Dimension's forces and wants to gather the Void creatures like me and cultivate a faction to occupy an area? In his opinion, Blackstar also had the Void bloodline and had reached the pinnacle beyond grade A. When his god's trait transformation reached a certain extent, it was very likely that he would have new abilities related to the Void. Kasui actually did not care about what happened between Han Xiao and the Void Dimension because the Void Dimension was big enough and had endless energy. It was not a problem to have one more person to share it with, so it did not affect him at all. However, he was very concerned about outsiders interfering with the Void Army. The Void Dimension was his base camp, and all Void creatures were his compatriots in his eyes. Now, Blackstar's actions made Kasui a little unhappy. "It's not a problem for you to dig some soil in my vegetable garden, but stealing vegetables is too much. The entire universe knows that the Void Dimension is under my protection. That is my hometown and also my backyard. Blackstar, you bastard, you came to my house to cause trouble without saying anything. Are you not putting me in your eyes?" Kasui thought for a while and slowly said, "Go back and convey my intentions to those lords. Let them contact Blackstar and sound him out. Also, test the other Void Lords that he has helped." The messenger received the order, shook his body, and returned to the Void Dimension, disappearing without a trace. With Kasui's position, it was most convenient to call Han Xiao directly to ask, but there would be no room for negotiation. He hoped to take a more moderate action and ask Han Xiao's intentions through a middleman. Now that the so-called Beyond Grade A Association was about to be established, he did not want to provoke Blackstar, who was taking the lead. Speaking of which, Manison seems to be very active recently. It seems like he really wants to be the boss. Kasui's eyes turned, and his expression was full of interest. Kasui himself did not have any thoughts. He did not care about the Beyond Grade A Association in the first place. He only saw that the Beyond Grade as would be a trend in the future, so he only wanted to come over and get some seniority. As for the position of president, even if it was given to him for free, he would not want it. Sitting in this position was equivalent to standing at the heart of the storm and receiving the attention of the advanced civilizations. A portion of the peak beyond grade as had the same thoughts as him, and only a minority wanted to run for president. Including Manison and Blackstar, there were only a total of 4 who were interested in running. The association can only have one leader, and it can't be a direct descendant of the 3 universal civilizations. Otherwise, it will deviate from the original intention. I wonder if Blackstar has any thoughts. Although he's a little inexperienced, as the local tyrant of the flickering world and the main initiator of this operation, he seems to have a chance. The public account list has been updated to Ames. Those who are interested can take a look. WeChat public account chi pageya equals .. smiley face. Chapter 1086. You have completed Void Conqueror mission. Milestone successfully activated. Looking at the last Void Duke being smashed into a pancake by the mechanical deity, Han Xiao finally heard the pleasant notification on the interface. In the past 10 days, he had brought Ames to look for other Void Dukes to cooperate with, and they had been active in the various borderlands of the Void Dimension. Because not everyone had the intention of hiring outsiders, the 2 of them had been delayed for some time. However, overall, the efficiency of completing the mission was not bad. As long as they had the intention to cooperate, with Han Xiao's strength, he could easily wipe out the enemy Void Dukes. It's finally done. On the battlefield, Han Xiao's spirits were lifted. He deactivated the mechanical deity and opened the interface to check the mission reward. The bonus from the Void Conqueror milestone had taken effect. His various Void talents had been slightly strengthened, and it provided him with 1600 free attribute points, 1 God's trait transformation point, and plus 20 Void creatures' natural favorability. At the same time, it also gave him a legendary point, Void celebrity. The introduction said that the name Blackstar was circulating among the Void creatures. He continued to save up his free attribute points, and he currently had close to 4,000 points. As for the God's trait transformation point, Han Xiao continued to maintain the mindset of maxing out one path and threw it into his main class path. God's trait transformation machinery unlocked the 4th level effect. 4th stage, plus 3 mechanic skill levels 4, Apostle Mechanic, and Emperor Mechanic levels. Plus 25% basic success rate for blueprint research. Plus 15% basic success rate for blueprint improvement. Plus 3% basic success rate for gold blueprint research. Plus 1.5% unique talent formation chance. Plus 15% secondary branch ability enhancement. Not bad. Han Xiao glanced at it. The class skills of the Apostle and Emperor stages were very important, and it would be very useful to strengthen them. According to this trend, Han Xiao estimated that the next stage would be to strengthen the skills of the Lord and Divine Throne stages, which would be even more important. Generally speaking, this level's bonus was mainly focused on enhancing research and development. After all, Han Xiao was not a player with a channeling bar. At his level, it was very common to derive new blueprints on the basis of class knowledge. It was the same for improving blueprints to improve the basic quality of blueprints. The blueprints that he was currently using were all self-improved and enhanced versions. They were all good stuff. What Han Xiao was more concerned about was the exclusive skill. It seemed that old fogies like Manison and Sorokin all had their own exclusive skills. Since players didn't have this ability in his previous life, Han Xiao had no idea how to obtain it. Moreover, there were no such notifications on the interface, so he could only slowly figure it out. As for the secondary branch strengthening, it improved Han Xiao's armed forces and energy skills. Basically, all machinery skills other than virtual technology were included. Han Xiao was looking at the interface when the Void Overlord he was working with this time finished devouring the opponent's core and came to his side. Blackstar, a Void Monarch under Lord Kasui, wishes to see you. He's finally here. I knew he wouldn't ignore my actions. Han Xiao had expected this and wasn't surprised. He met the other party under the Void Overlord's arrangement. The Void Monarch's body seemed to reach the heavens and the earth, and the color of his body was darker than the Void Overlord's. At this moment, when he saw Han Xiao, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. For some reason, he felt that Han Xiao was very pleasing to the eye. This Void Monarch's first impression of Han Xiao was very good, but this didn't affect his attitude of working for Kasui. He directly asked, "Blackstar, we've noticed that you've been frequently fighting in the Void Dimension recently. Are you thinking of subduing the Void Overlord and supporting your faction here?" "Don't worry. Tell Kasui that I'm only signing a contract with some mercenaries and have no intention of establishing a faction. In fact, I've almost achieved my goal. I'm preparing to leave the Void Dimension in 2 days." Han Xiao knew what the other party was worried about and expressed that he wasn't here to snatch territory from Kasui. "That's for the best. As long as you don't interfere too much with the matters of the Void Dimension, we welcome you as a guest. If you have any needs, you can find us." The Void Monarch's attitude was still considered polite. As Kasui's subordinate, he wasn't ignorant of the powerhouses of the main universe and knew that Blackstar was someone he couldn't afford to offend. "Okay, we might have a chance to do business in the future," Han Xiao said casually. Kasui's territory had a stable industrial chain that produced all kinds of void specialties. It was a good business. If he had any needs, he could cooperate with the other party. At this moment, the Void Monarch took out a tube of medicine filled with a sparkling blue solution that emitted a faint light. "This is a gift from Lord Kasui. It's liquid void essence made from dimensional origin energy. It can help purify the void bloodline." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and took the medicine without hesitation. He smiled and said, "Thank Kasui for me. As the saying goes, one should have a soft tongue after eating someone's food." Kasui's subtext was to tell Han Xiao not to stay in his house any longer after taking the gift. Han Xiao didn't intend to dig up his vegetable field anyway, so he naturally had no objections. The negotiation between the two sides went smoothly, and the Void Monarch left in satisfaction. Han Xiao also put away the medicine. It could probably increase his attributes to a certain extent during the next species sublimation. "You're finally done." At this moment, Ames chuckled. These days, he had been busy with missions and hadn't fulfilled his promise to travel. Han Xiao couldn't help but feel that he owed Ames. Now that he had finished his business, he was in a relaxed mood. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. I'll accompany you to have fun in the secondary dimensions." While the two of them were traveling in the secondary dimensions, the situation in the main universe was constantly changing. Although the plan of the flickering world beyond Grade A Development Union had not been made public to the outside world, the abnormal actions of many pinnacle beyond Grade A organizations had made many well-informed organizations smell something unusual. After the leaders were gathered, everyone gathered together and held their first meeting. In the round table conference room of a spaceship, the remote projections of many leaders were gathered, sitting in their own seats. They were basically all pinnacle beyond grade As. At the large round table, there was only one empty seat. It was Han Xiao, who didn't attend the meeting. Man Ison clapped his hands and gestured for everyone to look at him. "Blackstar has gone to the secondary dimensions, so it's not convenient to contact him. We're the only ones in the meeting today. He's the main leader. The Development Union needs the Blackstar Corps to act as a bridge. Is it appropriate not to call him for such an important meeting?" Secret Master questioned. Everyone expressed their agreement. Han Xiao now had a lot of weight in the circle of beyond grade As. Although he wasn't there, no one would treat him as heir. Coupled with the importance of the Blackstar Corps to the establishment of the Beyond Grade A Association, many pinnacle beyond grade as present tacitly acknowledged his right to speak. Even if he wasn't there, they would take the initiative to think for him. Blackstar himself said that he wasn't coming. Man Ison waved his hand. He wouldn't lie about this. He has already expressed his stance. Everything will be based on the consensus of the meeting of the gods. Let's discuss and come to a conclusion. We'll just inform him when the time comes. Okay. Everyone nodded. Then, let's get to the main topic. Man Ison slowly said, "Since we're going to establish the Development Union, we must first formulate the rules, standardize the functions of the association, clarify the nature of the organization, establish the development ideas, and formulate the rules for the members. That's right. Our original intention was to unite all the beyond grade as, be it present or future. However, the structure of the ancient ones is too loose, and the threshold to join is too high. This development union can't repeat the same mistake. We must have clear rules and regulations. A pinnacle beyond grade A said, the plan that Blackstar came up with shows that the main function of the development union is to peacefully mediate the disputes between the beyond grade As. This idea is feasible, and it's best to start from this aspect first. For example, the members can't easily provoke armed conflicts other than sparring to maintain the unity of the beyond grade As. Also, the members can't deliberately aggravate conflicts, avoid peaceful negotiations, and ensure that the members obey the results of the mediation. Set punishments to prevent anyone from going back on their words and damaging the authority of the organization. Everyone discussed and soon perfected the various rules and regulations. At this time, Sorokin, who was the big investor, suddenly said, although the rules are good, the biggest problem is to ensure that the beyond grade As are willing to follow the rules of the organization. Everyone knows that the beyond grade As are all unruly and enjoy special privileges. It's not easy to restrain them. That's right, this is the core problem. Manison continued. Not only do we have to make the members accept the restrictions of the rules, but we also have to make sure that outsiders still choose to join the development union after seeing these rules. The consensus of the meeting of the gods is one thing, but not everyone will buy it. In order to prevent others from ignoring us, it's nothing more than using both deterrence and temptation together. Not only will the other beyond grade As see the price of breaking the rules, but they will also see the benefits of joining the development union. Deterrence is very simple. We elders don't have to do anything. It's a form of deterrence in itself. Temptation needs to be carried out in many ways. We have to build a network of interests for the beyond grade A organizations, integrate and share our resources, and provide financial, social, political, and other support for the other organizations. As for the future newcomers, we have to use our own resources to help them build a beyond grade A organization, as well as provide some pinnacle beyond grade A experience and guidance. We can even use the ultimate knowledges of the 5 systems as benefits. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Ultimate knowledges? This is stealing the business that the 3 universal civilizations rely on to recruit beyond grade A allies. They will definitely strongly oppose it. This is not a joke. Manison slowly said, what was our original intention? Have you forgotten so quickly? If we can't break the monopoly of the 3 universal civilizations on the ultimate knowledges, even if the beyond grade A association is successfully established, it will still be controlled by the advanced civilizations and have no choice but to work for them. Some people nodded in agreement, but more people remained silent. They felt that this step was too big, and the risk was too high. Their opinions differed. If you insist on doing this, then the 3 universal civilizations will have to negotiate with us. Kasui was helpless. Therefore, Manison looked around and revealed his true intentions. We need a leader. He must withstand the pressure and never compromise. Only I can take on this responsibility. Everyone glanced at him. Someone on the side started bragging. Manison is strong, has a wide network, has a large organization, and is experienced. He's indeed the most suitable candidate. Many of the people present were friends that Manison had pulled in, and some of them had planned to support him. This time, another pinnacle beyond grade A candidate could not help but say, who doesn't know what you're thinking? We're all leaders of the development union. I think I'm more suitable than you. They were all beyond grade As, so it was impossible for them to have the final say. Even if they became the president, they would only have more authority and would not be able to command people of the same level. Most of the important decisions still had to be made by the many elders. However, due to the special nature of the Beyond Grade A Association, this kind of opportunity to decide everyone's position was very rare. This time, Milizor slowly said, although Blackstar isn't here, he still wants to participate. The Blackstar core influence in the flickering world is unquestionable. With him as the president, our organization will be worthy of its name. Furthermore, The evolutionary totems will be sold publicly. At that time, Blackstar will have a lot more face with the three universal civilizations. He'll be suitable to act as a lubricant for both sides, which will greatly reduce the pressure on the association. I support Blackstar to be the leader. Han Xiao did not attend the meeting personally, not because he wanted to leave the work to others but because he did not want to face the other competitors, including Man Ison. Since he could not compete with them in terms of connections, he might as well show them the benefits he could bring and let them make their own decisions. This way, he could avoid a direct confrontation with the other pinnacle beyond grade especially since he did not want to provoke Director Mai. Blackstar is indeed very useful, but he's too inexperienced. I don't want a young guy riding on my head. Sieran snorted. Everyone supported different candidates and started arguing with each other. There were actually quite a few people who supported Han Xiao, who was not present. After a while, someone said, I think the management of the organization should be balanced. The position of the president can't be fixed for life. There has to be a change every once in a while. This statement was widely agreed by everyone. They just did not want to be the first to stand out. When the association stabilized, the benefits of being the president would naturally outweigh the disadvantages. From the perspective of balance, no one wanted one person to be the president forever. At this time, Man Ison looked at Kasui, who did not express his opinion, narrowed his eyes, and said with a deep voice, if you support me this time, I'll fully support you to be the leader next time. Hearing this, Kasui did not know why, but he suddenly felt a chill. Why do I suddenly feel like I have to activate my psychic shield at any time in the future? Chapter 1087. Everyone present was a top expert of the explored universe. They all had organizations in different industries, such as warlords, tycoons, gray area crocodiles, and galactic leaders. This group of powerful people did not like to waste time, so they discussed things very quickly. It did not take long for the framework of the development union to be decided. It would be a platform to mediate conflicts between beyond grade as on the surface, but internally, it would be an organization that united the beyond grade as. The various rules and regulations were drafted, and they could be adjusted according to the situation. At the same time, the official preparation work of the organization was put on the agenda. These leaders began to spread the news to every beyond grade A, recruit members, and choose a location to build the headquarters of the association in the flickering world. This required the help of the Blackstar Corps. Every beyond grade A organization would have to set up an embassy there. It would feel like the United Nations. The preparation work would take about a few months. Before the official announcement of the establishment of the Development Union, the future management would be determined. The current structure would be the President, Vice President, and Board of Directors. After some discussion, it was decided that the President and Vice President would be elected once every 30 years, and they would be allowed to serve multiple terms. However, they would not be able to serve more than 3 terms, and they could still serve as board members after 2 terms, 60 years. The responsibility of the president was the most important. He had to have the ability to rally supporters while also resisting the pressure of the 3 universal civilizations. Currently, Man Ison had the most support, but before Han Xiao returned, no one would kick him out and choose a candidate. As for the development route that Man Ison proposed to break the monopoly of ultimate knowledge, everyone had different opinions. All along, ultimate knowledge had been monopolized by the advanced civilizations as a means to rope in beyond grade A allies. Even if their allies learned it, they were not allowed to easily teach it to others. Han Xiao had encountered such a situation before. If the development union turned ultimate knowledge into a benefit for itself, it would be equivalent to breaking the ban of the 3 universal civilizations and snatching the foundation of the attraction of beyond grade as. This would cause intense opposition from the 3 universal civilizations. However, if they really succeeded and took back the rights from the advanced civilizations, the beyond grade as would indeed be able to break free from many restrictions and become more independent. This was a necessary step to increase the status of the beyond grade as, so future beyond grade as would not have to join the advanced civilizations for ultimate knowledge. In turn, this would make it easier for the Beyond Grade A Association to attract new people, especially those peak beyond grade as who had mastered the full set of ultimate knowledge of their class. On this issue, the point of contention was the timing. Some people felt that this move should only be implemented after the association had gained a firm foothold. This would be a direct confrontation with the three universal civilizations, and the newly established association would not be able to withstand such an intense conflict. There were also people who believed that they should take advantage of the momentum of the establishment to seize back their rights. Only then could they highlight the significance of the association's existence. They would have time to slowly discuss these details. On the other hand, establishing the development union also required an excuse and opportunity that the outside world could accept. They planned to contact some of the Beyond Grade as and pretend to have conflicts with each other in the next few months. The key point of the plan was that the Beyond Grade as were just acting, and they only needed to ensure that the shockwaves caused damage to the different organizations. Not only did they have to fight in the flickering world, but they also had to instigate friction in the various star fields so that the public and various organizations would once again recognize the negative impact caused by the Beyond Grade as fighting each other, creating a turbulent situation so that the outside world would hope that the Beyond Grade as would stop fighting, paving the way for the establishment of the development union. This would not only give the three universal civilizations pressure, but it would also give them a way out. Neither side wanted to expose the conflict between their interests to the outside world. The various big shots finalized their strategy and soon began to act. The flickering world, which was already bustling with activity, became even more chaotic. At the same time, conflicts between Beyond Grade A organizations also occurred in the various star fields. Regarding this phenomenon, the three universal civilizations temporarily put aside their differences, and the upper echelons held a three-way remote meeting to discuss countermeasures. In a completely confidential conference room, the remote projections of the upper echelons of Radiance, Ethereal, and the Dynasty gathered together. The Dynasty ruler Uranril, President Bada of Radiance, and the Pope of Ethereal led their respective upper echelons and each occupied one side of the triangular conference table. Normally, the three of them would fight openly and secretly, stabbing each other in the back and stabbing each other in the ass. However, when the situation of the explored universe was shaken, the three of them would work together to decide the fate of this universe. Bada glanced around and said, "I can't remember the last time the three of us held a joint meeting." "Of course you can't remember. The last joint meeting wasn't during your term," the Pope of Ethereal said coldly. Bada glared at him and had nothing to say. In comparison, the Radiant Federation was indeed the most frequent in changing leaders. The Pope of Ethereal had already gone through several presidents of Radiance. "Let's get down to business." Uranril was expressionless as she said coldly, "The unity of the Beyond Grade as is inevitable. If our attitude is too strong, the Beyond Grade as will develop a strong sense of disgust. In order to escape the fate of being a tool, more and more Beyond Grade as will choose to hide their strength and live in a low-key manner. Our efficiency in recruiting allies will drop a lot, and at the same time, it will be more difficult to calculate the total number of Beyond Grade as in the universe." Bada nodded in agreement. "Since we can't let the Beyond Grade as successfully establish that development union, our methods can't be too strong. Let's cooperate. We can't deal with our own allies, so we'll put pressure on each other. The Dynasty will deal with my allies, I'll deal with Ethereal's allies, and Ethereal will deal with the Dynasty's people. We'll attack the businesses of some of the Beyond Grade as in various fields, especially those who are wavering. This will only be considered as setting up obstacles and increasing the difficulty of the development union to recruit people. It won't have a decisive effect." The Pope of Ethereal calmly said, "If the Beyond Grade as unite and form a body of interests, they will have a terrifying influence in all the star fields and can shake the structure of the galactic society to a certain extent." Bada shook his head. "Unfortunately, it's impossible to eliminate all the Beyond Grade as. Putting aside the huge price we have to pay, we have to ensure that such a force exists in the explored universe. It's used to suppress those Beyond Grade as who hide their strength and escape to the secondary dimensions, as well as to ensure our advantage in exploring the unknown territory. We might encounter other unknown advanced civilizations one day. We can't give up on such a weapon. Uranril said with a deep voice. In the galactic society model built by the dynasty, this is a problem that will occur sooner or later. It's just like in the early days of society, when workers spontaneously established unions to protect their own interests from being exploited. We're now in a similar situation, but the target has become a special individual with great power. Since the exploration era, we've exploited them too much. There will be a day when they rebound. Therefore, we have to make backup preparations. If the development union cannot be stopped, we have to use methods to divide them. There will definitely be beyond grade as with different ideas in the management of the other party. We can bribe or rope them in to be our eyes and ears and indirectly influence the other party's overall decisions. The Pope of Ethereal narrowed his eyes, glanced at the two of them, and said, speaking of which, the Mecha Empire and Black Star are the main leaders. Their views are different from each other to begin with. Humph, both of you don't seem to know your place. My Kasui is the most obedient. Manison is very ambitious. Bada frowned and said with dissatisfaction, in recent years, he has done a lot of things in the dark. It's very likely that he wants to get rid of the control of Radiance. In reality, we can no longer control him. Hearing this, the Pope of Ethereal looked at Uranril. What about the dynasty? Your Black Star is also very troublesome. Will you teach him a lesson? You don't have to worry about that. As for Black Star, the dynasty has its own plans. The evolutionary totem will be released as usual. You don't have to worry about that, Uranril said casually. The dynasty planned to continue to ease their relationship and did not want to create a rift. Therefore, they decided to be patient and wait for Gord to grow in order to solve the technical problems of the evolution cube. This way, they could get rid of the dependence of the evolutionary totem business on Han Xiao and regain control of the initiative. Of course, Uranril would not explain such a plan to anyone else. Seeing this, Bada changed the topic and said, in addition to dividing them, we also have to infiltrate. We can't let our direct members be rejected by them. If they want to establish an association, they have to exchange some management positions with us and let some of our direct members become upper echelons. This is equivalent to having a nail on the surface to grasp their movements. Everyone discussed for a while, came up with various countermeasures, and gradually reached a consensus. Time passed quickly as the situation in the universe changed. A few months later, in Black Star Palace, with a flash of light, 3 figures appeared in the army commander's office. They were Han Xiao and Ames, who had returned from the secondary dimensions, as well as the mysterious energy host, who was acting as a vehicle. Their mechanical suits were automatically unloaded. This time, a surprised voice suddenly sounded behind them. "Hey, you're finally willing to come back." The two of them turned around and saw Sylvia lying comfortably on Han Xiao's seat in the room. At this time, she quickly jumped up as if there were 2 springs installed on her butt. Seeing this, Han Xiao could not help but make fun of her. "Not bad, little thing. Are you sitting in my seat every day when I'm not around? Are you trying to usurp my position? How is that possible? I'm just. Sylvia's face was slightly red, and her eyes darted around, looking for an excuse. She stammered, "It's just that your chair is very comfortable to sit in." As she spoke, her expression suddenly froze. She looked down and locked onto Han Xiao's arm, which was currently hugging Ames' waist. Surprisingly, Ames did not reject it, as if she was used to it. Noticing her gaze, Ames twisted her body and let her waist escape from Han Xiao's palm. She then raised her hand to touch Han Xiao's cheek and chuckled. "Busy person, I'll return to the shattered star ring first. Jenny is probably going crazy. It's hard for you to remember her." Han Xiao smiled and wanted to grab Ames' hand that was on his face. However, Ames had already retracted her hand and winked at him with an elegant smile on her face. Then, Ames turned to look at Sylvia, who was still in a daze. She chuckled and left the room, dragging her long black dress behind her. Sylvia stood there in a daze, and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The two of them had gone to the secondary dimensions for a 2-person tour, and their actions had become so much more intimate. What had happened? You guys. Hearing this, Han Xiao retracted his gaze, and his smile faded. He said with a straight face, "What do you mean by you guys and we? Do you know what's important? How's the situation in the main universe these days that I'm not around? Also, where's Hela? What's she doing?" Seeing Han Xiao's unquestionable manner, Sylvia gritted her teeth, suppressed her strong curiosity, and explained the changes in the situation in the past few months. Earlier, Hela had inherited the underworld dimension and established a link through the imprint. She did not need to stay in the underworld to recharge it and had returned to the main universe long ago. Now, she had gone to the free competition zone to continue presiding over the exploration work. In the past few months, the popularity of the rescue battle for Hela had gradually cooled down. As the exploration of the free competition zone deepened, many organizations had already lost their minds. Many beyond grade as pretended to have conflicts, and conflicts kept breaking out. It was quite lively. The level of the players had increased by a lot, and their actions were more organized. Their presence in the universe continued to increase. It was said that some small and medium-sized organizations had already privately called the players the cancer of the universe. It was gradually developing in the direction that Han Xiao was familiar with. However, this nickname of the players had not been completely spread yet. The dynasty had sent a lot of news, all about the development union. Han Xiao had gone into hiding for a few months, avoiding the dynasty's direct inquiries. The preparation for the development union was almost done, and most of the people were gathered. During this period, the three universal civilizations did not hold back. The two sides had secretly fought back and forth countless times, and many beyond grade as were suppressed to varying degrees. Unfortunately, the effect was limited. Although Han Xiao did not participate directly, his influence had some effect. Under his instructions, the Black Star Corps provided a lot of help. On the other side, the Dark Emperor had already escaped from the chaotic space streams. Recently, he had publicly captured a new neutral beyond grade A super. As a direct member of the dynasty, staying in the flickering world at this critical juncture was being viewed with hostility and vigilance by many beyond grade As. However, all these changes did not affect the dynasty's policy of publicly selling the evolutionary totems. The army's logistics department had already produced a large number of prototypes of the evolutionary totems, waiting for Han Xiao to recharge them with the evolution cube. Orders from countless organizations poured in like snowflakes. Just the deposit alone was enough to make one's hands go numb. Looking at the intelligence, Han Xiao muttered to himself, "Seems like it's been going well. It seems that things have been progressing quite smoothly while I was away. Manison and this group of old people are not to be trifled with. Alright, the formation of the development union is set in stone. It's time for me to make a trip." Chapter 1088. Countless organizations were extremely passionate about the flickering world. As the development of the new starfield progressed, the exploration area of the free competition zone became deeper and deeper, and the efficiency was much higher than the 3 phases of closed development. Finn Planet was one of the core planets of the Emerald Star Cluster. It was located at the border between the outer and inner star systems. Originally, this was the territory that the Modo civilization occupied first. However, the aftermath of the battle between the two beyond grade A organizations affected this place, and the Modo civilization's troops stationed there encountered an accident. The planet returned to an ownerless state. Not long after, the Black Star Corps fleet occupied this place and generously offered it as the future headquarters of the flickering world beyond grade A development union. Now, this desolate planet had a brand new look, full of traces of artificial modification. Countless Black Star Corps engineering spaceships took off and landed, wantonly building all kinds of surface and satellite buildings. The most eye-catching landmark was a tall building, which was the headquarters of the Development Union. It was in the shape of a trophy, and a huge sphere was floating at the top like a floating fortress. There were also plenty of facilities inside the sphere, including the special roundtable conference room for beyond grade A meetings. At this moment, An important meeting was being held there. Han Xiao's remote projection had already arrived in the round-table conference room. He glanced around, and many seats were already occupied. At the same time, new remote projections were constantly arriving. This was the first meeting that Han Xiao was participating in since his return. This was a plenary meeting, gathering all the beyond grade as who were willing to join, not just Man Ison and the other leaders. Very soon, all the seats were occupied. Man Ison knocked on the table to get everyone to stop whispering. Everyone, Black Star is the main proponent of the development union. Now that he's back, all the members are finally here. This is our first plenary meeting. Some of you might not be familiar with each other, so let's introduce yourselves first. Even if the beyond grade as present had never met each other before, they still knew each other's names. This was just a procedure, so everyone simply introduced themselves. Han Xiao sized them up one by one. Most of them were from the meeting of the gods, but there were also many new faces, including the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations. At the same time, there were also fewer familiar faces, such as the few unlucky fellows who were trapped in the amber. In total, there were more people than there were at the meeting of the gods. Seeing him look over, everyone nodded slightly at Han Xiao. The direct descendants of the three universal civilizations are also here. Han Xiaoxin understood. The reason was not hard to guess. The Development Union and the three universal civilizations had been fighting for a few months, and both sides had secretly made concessions and compromises. These direct members joining the Union was definitely one of the conditions. Although it was impossible for the association to allow direct members to control the upper echelons of power, since they wanted to use the name of the Beyond Grade A Association, they naturally could not exclude Beyond Grade As from joining, even if they were direct members of the three universal civilizations. Their original intention was to form a united front against the Beyond Grade As and raise the status of the entire class, but it was unrealistic for them to eat everything in one go. In the beginning, no one really wanted to fall out with the three universal civilizations, so they had to compromise to a certain extent. However, this would not deviate from the original intention, because as long as this platform was built, a new interest network would be formed. At the same time, it would have the function of mediating conflicts, and the Beyond Grade As would be able to ignore part of the conflicts that stemmed from faction affiliation. As for more rights, they would have to slowly fight for them in the future. Han Xiao had not returned for a few months, but he had been paying attention to the progress of the Development Union's preparations. He had a lot of information and was very clear about the basic system and personnel of the association. After introducing everyone one by one, Man Ison looked at Han Xiao and slowly said, "In the past few months, the Development Union has been quite good. Black Star, you've only returned recently, and this is your first meeting. Do you have anything to say? You're one of the main initiators, so would like to hear your opinion." Everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Han Xiao cleared his throat and said, "I don't have any objections. Everyone has done a good job. Back then, during the meeting of the gods, we discussed this issue. In the end, I was put in charge of building the communication platform, and there are already results. As everyone knows, the Development Union's main purpose is to mediate conflicts between Beyond Grade As. I heard that many of you here have not been on good terms recently, so I hope this platform can be built as soon as possible. The entire universe urgently needs such an organization to bring peace to them." Black Star, well said. Man Ison continued, "Everyone here knows that the Development Union has encountered some obstacles along the way. Now, these obstacles have basically been removed, and the only thing left is that the negotiation of the ultimate knowledges cannot continue. We need to put this matter aside for now. The most important thing now is to decide on the management candidates and let the Development Union be officially established as soon as possible. Without a doubt, the three universal civilizations would not budge on the issue of the ultimate knowledges." After a series of intense arguments, both sides maintained a certain level of restraint and decided to turn this topic into a secret negotiation process. However, neither side had enough bargaining chips, so they could not do anything to each other for the time being. Thus, there would not be a result for the time being. Therefore, some peak Beyond Grade As, including Manison, changed their minds. They were not willing to let this issue delay the establishment of the development union, so they temporarily put this matter aside and did not publicly make the ultimate knowledges a faction benefit of the association. As for whether they would teach it privately, that was another story. The last hurdle for the official establishment of the association was that the management team had not been decided for a long time. The reason was that Black Star had not returned. Now that Han Xiao had finally arrived, everyone could not wait to solve this crucial problem. That's right. It's time to decide on the president. An ancient one looked around and took the initiative to speak. In the past few months, His Excellency the Mecha Empire has represented the development union and endured a lot of pressure. His performance speaks for itself. I propose that Manison be the first president. As soon as this topic was brought up, many supporters agreed. For a time, Manison's momentum covered the entire hall. In the past few months, Manison had not been idle. He had made use of the connections he had accumulated over the years. Not only did more than half of the peak beyond grade as support him, many of the other beyond grade as were also roped in by him. This was especially so for the ancient ones. Most of them were in favor of the Mecha Empire becoming the president. The other two candidates had been completely suppressed in the past few months. Knowing that they did not have a chance, they basically withdrew from the competition. At this time, everyone intentionally or unintentionally looked at Han Xiao. He had disappeared for a few months, and the only thing they could not figure out was what he was thinking. Manison could not help but look at Han Xiao. This was the final variable that stopped him from becoming the president, so he had to take it seriously. However, Han Xiao only smiled and did not say anything. Kasui's gaze moved between the two of them, and he probed, "If there are no objections, let's vote. Does everyone agree that Manison will be the first president of the development union?" Agreed. Seconded. Abstained. Agreed. Because everyone present was a big shot, and there were only a few of them, there was no need for a complicated selection ceremony. A simple vote was enough. Everyone expressed their opinions, and Han Xiao also abstained. Seeing this, Manison was completely relieved. As long as Black Star did not cause trouble, his position was set in stone. The direct members of the three universal civilizations all abstained. Clearly, they had reached an agreement long ago. In the end, Manison obtained absolute support. Seeing this, Kasui took a deep breath and said with a deep voice, "It's decided then. Your Excellency Manison the Ancient One Papa Kai will officially be the first president." Okay. The muscles on Manison's face did not move, and no emotions could be seen. He did not need to be polite, and there was no need for him to be humble. Clap clap. Everyone gave a few symbolic claps. When the applause stopped, Kasui looked around and asked, "Then, the position of vice president, who?" At this time, Han Xiao suddenly smiled and said, "The establishment of the association relied on the influence of the Black Star Corps in the flickering world. My contribution is not small, so this position is more suitable for me. What do you guys think?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and did not look surprised. With Black Star's strength and status, he would be a director at the very least. Coupled with the important assistance provided by the Black Star Corps, he was naturally qualified to take the position of vice president. In fact, there was a reason why Han Xiao did not fight with Manison. When he learned that the president was elected on a rotating basis, he gave up on the idea of being the first president. On one hand, he did not have a strong foundation and could not compete with Manison's connections. On the other hand, he once again analyzed the pros and cons and did not want to bear the main pressure in the early days of the association. If his position was taken by someone else later on, it would be equivalent to being used as a tool. Han Xiao had run to the secondary dimension to hide for a few months, and he also had this idea. He could not possibly do everything and still not be elected president in the end. Therefore, he simply let Manison and the others bear the main pressure while he ran back to pick the fruits of his labor. Anyway, he was the main initiator, and the Black Star Corps had also helped the development union. This contribution was huge enough. With the opportunity to change the position, Han Xiao was not in a hurry. He did not want to fight head-on with Manison. Instead, he took a step back and asked for the position of vice president. He would fight for the position of president in the future. In fact, even if he chose to fight head-on, he would not be able to pick the fruits of Manassan's labor. Han Xiao did not intend to compete with his connections in the first place. Instead, through cant and millizors, he conveyed the benefits of him being the president. The people present still supported Manassan, which meant that they had already made a choice. Therefore, even if he had openly challenged Manassan just now, he would not have received the support of these people. Although he had some resources in his hands and could use the opportunity to use the evolution cube as a bargaining chip in exchange for the support of some people, he could not do this every time. Furthermore, many of the resources were one-time use. If he used them this time, it would be hard to say what would happen next time. Since he understood the situation, Han Xiao did not force himself. Only when his qualifications, connections, and influence reached a higher level could he steadily wrestle with people like Manassan. After thinking about it repeatedly, he decided to let Manassan, this tall man, hold up the sky while he enjoyed the shade under the big tree. He would continue to accumulate resources and slowly pry open the corners of Manassan and the others. After all, he had leeks to harvest, and his growth speed was far faster than others. Since he had such a unique advantage, a strategy like keeping a low profile was more suitable for him. Many people had designs on the vice president's position, but unfortunately, there were no strong competitors. Kasui and the others were not interested in fighting for it. Because Han Xiao was the local tyrant, most people gave him face. Manassan, who was in a good mood, also returned the favor. Therefore, there were no twists and turns, and the position of vice president fell on Han Xiao's head in the end. After getting this position, Han Xiao was relieved. This was the embodiment of status. He did not spend much to get the position of vice president, which was more cost-effective than fighting for the position of president. There was no suspense about the next director seat. It had long been decided, and they were all a group of peak beyond grade as. Apart from this, there were also 3 honorary director seats. They did not have actual management rights and were given to the direct peak beyond grade as of the 3 universal civilizations. This was naturally one of the conditions of the compromise, and the intention was self-evident. The first leadership team was established, and the date of the development union's establishment was also set. After these official matters were discussed, the meeting ended. The remote projections disappeared one after another, leaving only the remote projections of Manassan and Han Xiao. "Congratulations on becoming the president," Han Xiao said casually. Manassan showed a long-lost smile and said earnestly, "Don't be discouraged. This is still too early for you. The future belongs to you." Han Xiao blinked with a playful expression. Although the exact storyline was different in his previous life, Manassan's goal should not have changed. He knew a thing or two about it. In his previous life, Manassan had both ambition and selfishness. He wanted to make the cake bigger so that the strength of the entire beyond grade A class would become his backing and help him advance further. The two of them had different ideas, but there were also parts that overlapped. At least for a very long time, Manassan's goal would not be realized. If he wanted a strong enough backing, he would have to wait for the entire class to grow stronger over time. Han Xiao stopped thinking, pondered for 2 seconds, and asked, regarding the negotiation of the ultimate knowledges, "What's the offer from the 3 universal civilizations?" Speaking of this, Manassan stopped smiling and said with a meaningful tone, "The supercluster civilization." Han Xiao immediately understood and shook his head helplessly. It turned out that this was a move of using the association to deal with a more important opponent while destroying the association's credibility. "Will you agree to it?" "I don't know. We'll see." Manassan did not answer. After saying this, his projection also went offline, leaving only Han Xiao in the conference room. Han Xiao looked at Manassan's empty seat and suddenly chuckled. "Great director, this seat is not easy to sit in. Galaxy calendar year 730, July 11th, a sudden news bomb exploded in the flickering world. Nearly 100 beyond grade as jointly announced that due to the recent conflicts, they had decided to form a union-like organization to mediate the conflict between Beyond Grade as to reduce the public losses caused by the fighting. It was reported that the headquarters of this organization was located on planet Finn in the flickering world Emerald Star Cluster. The president was Man Ison of the Mecha Empire, and the vice presidents were Black Star and Han Xiao. There were nearly 100 Beyond Grade A members. The three universal civilizations publicly stated that they did not deny the legitimacy of this organization and called on all supers in society to follow this example and reduce the abuse of power. The Flickering World Beyond Grade A Development Union was officially established on that day. After a few months, after the explosive news of the rescue of Hela, countless citizens and organizations in the various starfields were once again in an uproar. Chapter 1089. Have you heard? More than 100 Beyond Grade as have jointly established a new organization in the Flickering World. In the bar of a certain military base of the Imperium, the atmosphere of the past was not as lively as before. Some people had forgotten to drink with their wine glasses hanging to their lips, some were rubbing the cup subconsciously with their hands covering the rim of the cup, and some were narrowing their eyes with a thick cigarette in their mouth, letting it burn freely. Everyone had different postures, but the only thing they had in common was that their heads were all turned in the same direction, and their eyes were focused on the virtual screen on the wall of the bar. At this moment, a political talk show was playing on it. The image was of a broadcasting studio. A host was guiding a few guests to talk. The issues they were discussing were related to recent big news. In the quiet bar, only the excited voices of the guests could be heard. I know. The Flickering World Beyond Grade A Development Union was just established not long ago. They invited a large number of galactic media outlets and released a statement. Now, it has spread throughout the entire universe. Almost all the Beyond Grade as in the universe have joined. These big shots really don't want to be left out. According to the data, the purpose of this organization is to mediate the increasingly frequent Beyond Grade A conflicts, and on the day of its establishment, they held a plenary meeting. Under the observation of the galactic media, they publicly conducted more than 10 mediation sessions, using peaceful negotiations to resolve the conflicts between dozens of Beyond Grade A supers. Facts have proven to be very effective, and these people have all stopped their conflicts. The recent frequent Beyond Grade A conflicts have been effectively curbed, and no one is unlucky enough to be involved in the conflicts. It seems like this organization is still very useful. A guest who was an executive of a financial group complained. The destructive power of a Beyond Grade A is too great, and the conflicts between them often bring about huge public losses. It's not that some planet is destroyed, but the bystanders are killed by the shockwaves. It's rare that there's an organization now, and we can manage these people. That's right, that's right. I have a friend who lives in the Shattered Star Ring. He went to watch the battle between Black Star and the Tyrant a few decades ago, but because he was too close, he unfortunately died. There was no compensation after that. Someone complained. I don't know what those people who came to watch are thinking. Do they think that's a concert? How many ordinary people have been accidentally killed by supers? This is a social conflict that has existed for a very long time. According to research, the number of ordinary people who die from supers directly or indirectly every day is about 10 to the 17th power. Think about how terrifying this number is. This is a huge problem that is closely related to our lives. One of the guests was indignant. He was the representative of an organization for equal rights between ordinary people and superhumans. That's why I feel that this organization is extremely meaningful. The Beyond Grade as are worthy of their status as the pinnacle of the supers. They set a very good example for all the supers in the universe. They are very responsible. The host smiled and avoided the sharp topic. He displayed the virtual avatars of Man Ison and Han Xiao on the screen behind him. And the two main initiators are the Mecha Empire and Black Star. They are respectively the president and vice president of the Development Union. Oh, these two are big shots among big shot. A socialite made an exaggerated gesture. There's no need to mention Man Ison. He's a veteran Beyond Grade A, and everyone is familiar with him. No one will find it strange that he's the president. Instead, it's Black Star. He's someone who only rose in recent decades, but he actually suppressed the other veterans and sat in the second position. Beyond grade as are a group of people who value strength above all else. Not long ago, Black Star fought against 12 of them alone and made a historical record. Seniority is not a factor that limits him. A slime who chased after his idol danced with joy. Speaking of which, Black Star proposed the idea of the development union. It seems like the fuse was this battle. Manison is just a partner he pulled in. No. In my opinion, there were already clues about the meeting of the gods. They planned this a long time ago. Black Star was the one who pulled the strings. Because he contributed the most, he got the position of vice president. As for the purpose of these beyond grade who knows? Maybe they want to take advantage of the development of the flickering world to reshuffle the cards. Anyway, everyone is the same. I've checked the information. Black Star has been very active recently. Not only did he lead the establishment of the Development Union, but he also became the new shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group. The dynasty's official sale of the evolutionary totems has also been put on the agenda. He even entered the entertainment industry. In the archives of the Galactic Film Industry Association, a movie based on Black Star's story has been officially set up. The director is the famous producer Benny Travolta. Maybe we'll be able to witness the rise of Black Star on the screen very soon. The host and guest spoke with fervor. This time, a dynasty officer put down his glass heavily, curled his lips, and said with disdain, "What bullsh *T mediation? It's just a bunch of beyond grade as acting." Those who believe their nonsense are a bunch of idiots. Everyone in the bar burst into laughter. Everyone present was smart, and they were all soldiers of the dynasty. Standing on the dynasty's side, they could not help but open their mouths. This can be considered the official association of the beyond grade as. Looks like they finally want to take back some power from the 3 universal civilizations. I didn't expect Black Star to be the main leader. Outsiders really can't be trusted. To think that I used to admire him for a while. There's nothing strange about it. He's not from the dynasty after all. There's no reason to ask for his absolute loyalty. The future of the 3 universal civilizations is going to be tough. They have another competitor that can't be ignored. Listening to the discussions of his colleagues, Gord swirled the wine glass filled with amber wine and stared at Han Xiao's virtual avatar in the show with a meaningful look in his eyes. Your status is getting higher and higher. Because the primal chaos mysterious energy had been stolen, Gord had been paying close attention to Han Xiao. He watched as Han Xiao continued to gain capital and his status in the universe grew higher and higher. The rescue of Hela a while ago also surprised him again by Han Xiao's growth speed. Gord's wrist stopped, and the wine continued to swirl in the glass due to inertia. He lowered his head and stared at the whirlpool in the glass. A playful smile appeared on his face. Manison had this idea before, and now he finally has the chance. The development union is a good excuse. When I become a beyond grade A, I'll most likely join it too. I just didn't expect you to support this. Do you agree with Manison's beyond grade A united front? Or, did you notice that too? Black Star Palace, Army Commander's Office. Looks like the first appearance of the development union was very successful. Han Xiao leaned back in his chair, put his legs on the table, and quickly checked the news on the quantum network with a satisfied expression. Not long ago, the Development Union officially announced its establishment to the outside world. As the vice president, he also appeared at the ceremony. To the ordinary people, the establishment of the Development Union came without warning. The movement of almost 100 beyond grade has attracted a lot of attention, so as soon as the news was released, it attracted a lot of discussion from all walks of life in the universe. The most shocking thing was the flickering world. Most of the organizations in the free competition zone were shocked by this sudden event. There were many organizations exploring the flickering world, but in the eyes of these organizations, the current situation in the free competition zone was actually a tripartite balance. The dynasty was alone on one side, Radiance and Ethereal on the other, and the Supercluster Alliance on the other side. In comparison, the other organizations exploring the free competition were just a bunch of stragglers. These three parties were in a political standoff, just like the difference between an enterprise's competition and a country's competition. Originally, although there were many beyond Grade A organizations, they all belonged to different factions. However, now that they were united, if they formed a union of interests, there would be an additional behemoth. The situation might change from a tripartite balance to a four-sided struggle. However, this was only the speculation of the outside world. Be it Man Ison or Han Xiao, neither of them had any intention of carrying out an intense action. During the negotiation of the ultimate knowledge, the three universal civilizations had tried to get them to deal with the supercluster alliance. Even though Han Xiao wanted to take this opportunity to deal with the Modo civilization, for the sake of the big picture, he could only express his refusal. In the plan, the development union's biggest purpose was to provide a communication platform. The first mission was to slowly integrate the resources of the various members through the platform and try to form a beyond Grade A union of interests. Only by gathering this huge network of interests and solidifying the foundation would there be meaning in forming a united front. Otherwise, the development union would just be an empty shell. Doing this will take a very long time, and the three universal civilizations will definitely stop it. Therefore, before it's done, the development union won't have the energy to do anything else. Even if those beyond Grade As have their own ideas, they won't show it in the early stages. They'll only support the integration of resources and achieve a win-win situation. Han Xiao scratched his chin with his thumb and muttered to himself. The Beyond Grade A Association had just been established. Regardless of whether it was Man Ison or himself, there was still a long way to go. This was a long-term project, and the time unit was at least 10 years. It could not be rushed, so there was no need to worry about it all the time. It was worth mentioning that Sorokin, as the only exception, had used money and connections to open the way and squeeze into the council seat where the peak Beyond Grade As gathered. After Han Xiao learned about Sorokin's attitude from Traveler, he did not show it on the surface but secretly paid close attention to this guy. Now that the situation had changed, the enemy was out in the open while he was in the dark. Han Xiao, as a shareholder of the financial group, did not exclude Sorokin, as that would only alert the other party. However, as the saying went, reverse training made Marja rich. Other things aside, Sorokin was still quite good at making money. This way, my goal has been achieved. When the calamity of the supers erupts, I'll be able to intervene with a high position and even guide the main storyline of this version. Han Xiao let out a breath and relaxed. Beyond Grade As were the pinnacle of individual strength, they were the idols of countless supers. When Beyond Grade As gathered together, they could guide the movements of the entire superclass to a certain extent. This was also an important reason why the influence of the calamity of the supers spread across the universe so quickly. Putting this matter aside for the time being, Han Xiao opened the forums and browsed through the players' opinions on this matter. As expected, the focus of the players was not on the significance of the development union but the names of so many Beyond Grade As. They were very interested in talking about these NPCs. He even saw a post by a Chinese player, using the style of Liangshan Lake as a reference to the Beyond Grade A Association, arranging the seats of every Beyond Grade A member. Protector of Righteousness Man Ison, Jade Chalene Blackstar, Star of Wisdom Kasui, Dragon in the Clouds Milazors, Flowery Monk Sieran, Little Whirlwind Sorokin, Secret Master 9 Tattooed Dragons. Seeing his acquaintances being listed one by one, Han Xiao's lips curled upward. When he saw Hellas' nickname, he finally could not hold it in anymore and laughed wildly. Female Yakshaw Hella? Poo-ha-ha-ha-ha. What are you laughing at? This time, Aurora walked in and was shocked to see Han Xiao's overjoyed expression. Ahem, nothing. Han Xiao held back his laughter, wiped the corners of his eyes, and waved at Aurora. Come closer. Aurora heard this and walked in front of Han Xiao. She was suddenly summoned to the office, so she was confused. Han Xiao suddenly grabbed Aurora's arm and squeezed it all the way to her shoulder. Aurora's body stiffened, and she stood where she was, curious and nervous. You! What are you doing? Han Xiao sized her up, retracted his hand, and said, I see that your bones are amazing. Even if you suffer a backlash, you can still hold on. What do you mean? Pa. Hearing this, Han Xiao took out the holy light particle containment device, slapped it on the table, and smiled. I went to the secondary dimension this time and found a new primal Esper ability entity. I want to inject it into your body. What do you think? Han Xiao explained. After some consideration, he decided to find a host for the holy light particle. He valued the new power system brought by the holy light seed, and this would consume the origin essence. Therefore, finding a host who could use the life potion to treat kidney deficiency was more useful than making a mysterious energy host. Aurora, who had the life Esper ability, was naturally the first choice. Letting her be the host would basically prevent kidney deficiency. If not, Han Xiao would consider Evans, the host in his previous life. Primal Esper ability. Aurora opened her eyes wide and looked at the golden energy in the containment device curiously. The holy light particle was unhappy. It sent out an angry psychic wave. Hey, this is the host you found for me. She's way too young. Young? She's only about 10 years younger than me. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. What? A beyond grade A like you is at least a few hundred years old. The holy light particle was even more furious. Then, isn't she a few hundred years old too? How shameless, still pretending to be young. Can I kill it? Aurora was speechless. Phut, I have a lot of vitality. I'm young to begin with. Pretend my ass. The holy light particle was still unwilling to give up. I want a strong male host. Only then will he be worthy of my power. Han Xiao had already figured out its temperament. He said with an annoyed tone, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you keep talking, I'll give you to the primal chaos mysterious energy and let it play with you." The holy light particle instantly shut up and cowered very efficiently. Han Xiao pressed the containment device, and the needle popped out. Seeing this, Aurora reluctantly reached out her hand, bit her lip, and let Han Xiao poke the needle into her body. Boom! The next moment, a strong light suddenly exploded before Han Xiao's eyes like a flare. Chapter 1090. The holy light particle was injected into Aurora's body, and it began to fuse with her cells. The life arcana in her body also instantly became restless, producing an intense reaction. Platinum light shone out from every inch of Aurora's skin, and she turned into a dazzling human-shaped light source. Every strand of her hair seemed to have materialized as she floated in the air, exuding a noble, beautiful, and holy aura. His eyes quickly adapted to the strong light, and Han Xiao stared at the transforming Aurora with his eyes wide open. He held the empty containment device, and once there were signs of backlash, he would give Aurora another injection to suck out the holy light particle. To Han Xiao's relief, the fusion process was very smooth. When the light faded, Aurora slowly landed on the ground, as if she was still immersed in the feeling just now. Snap! Han Xiao snapped his fingers in front of her eyes. How do you feel? It seems quite comfortable. Aurora covered her chest with a look of uncertainty. Since there is no backlash, you are already the host of the holy light particle. Can you feel its power? You mean this? Aurora closed her eyes and felt it for a moment. She then extended her hand, palm facing up, and shook it slightly. Immediately, a cluster of golden light popped out. The particles were very strong, like a group of fireflies gathered together. She grasped it so quickly. Generally speaking, the host would need a period of adaptation after fusing with the primal arcana. It was said that the shorter the adaptation period, the higher the compatibility of the host. The characteristics of the life arcana and the holy light particle are indeed very compatible, and there might be some kind of chemical reaction. This way, I can maximize the use of the holy light particle, and it will be convenient for me to carry out my plan. Han Xiao stroked his chin. He raised his hand to touch the cluster of light in Aurora's palm, and this cluster of light actually dodged to the side. Han Xiao was amused. Ah Sheng, I know that you can share the host's senses after the fusion and can hear me. Don't play dead. How is this host? The The holy light particle bubbled and let out a comfortable snoring sound like a cat stretching itself. It no longer despised Aurora and immediately changed its words. It's so comfortable. This is the first time I've felt such surging vitality. This is the best host I've ever experienced. That's not what you said just now. Aurora wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. I was wrong. Other than you, no one else is worthy of me. The holy light particle circled around Aurora like a spoiled puppy that was pestering its owner. Han Xiao curled his lips. TSK, weren't you acting tough just now? In the blink of an eye, you've become a bootlicker. Tell me, isn't it nice? Aurora practiced for a while and soon got used to it. In her perception, it was as if she had suddenly gained a new limb that she could control with ease. Practice more when you get back. The primal Esper ability has multiple effects. With the holy light particle, your self-protection ability will also rise to the next level, Han Xiao reminded. Aurora's role was to be a healer, and her life Esper ability lacked combat power. Now that she had become the host of the holy light particle, she had obtained new abilities such as strengthening her physique, super speed, dimension travel, and punishing evil. Especially the dimension travel, which allowed her mobility to jump several levels. If she encountered any danger in the future, it would be much easier for her to escape. However, what Han Xiao valued the most was the ability to provide holy light seeds. He tested it and was pleasantly surprised to find that his idea was correct. Aurora's life Esper ability could indeed replenish the consumption of the holy light particle's origin core. This meant that the new energy system of providing holy light seeds in batches was feasible. This was very useful to the Black Star Corps. On one hand, it could motivate the players and army soldiers. On the other hand, it could attract a large number of ordinary people and let them see the hope of becoming supers. Han Xiao explained his idea to her. Aurora was a little scared, and her tone was a little timid. You want to popularize it on a large scale? More or less. But now that you're the host, I have to get your permission. Hearing this, Aurora wanted to say something but stopped. She had just tested the ability to split the holy light seed. Although her body could withstand it, it would consume a lot of life energy. If she used it on a large scale, she did not know if the life energy she naturally accumulated every day would be enough. She might even experience the feeling of being drained dry every day. After hesitating for a while, Aurora suddenly made up her mind, closed her eyes, and said firmly, "All right, I can withstand it." "Why do you look like you're going to die honorably?" Han Xiao pinched her nose and joked. "Don't worry, I won't let you bleed for nothing. You can take back the holy light seed. Not only can this replenish your energy, it can also help you grow faster. It's much faster than you accumulating life energy every day. It's not good to take away the fruits of other people's hard work like this." Aurora was a little resistant. This was not in line with her principles. Ha ha ha. Han Xiao laughed and said with the tone of a big capitalist, "Isn't that simple? Money can't solve everything, but it can solve most problems. I'll hire a group of people, and their job is to cultivate the holy light seed. After they cultivate it, they'll harvest it for you. Actually, this is no different from working for me. It's just that the content of the job is different. In essence, it's them contributing their time to create value for me. As long as the remuneration is enough, it's a mutually agreeable transaction. There's no need to feel guilty. That makes sense." Although Aurora was more of a lawful kind person, she was not stubborn. She did not have any resistance after hearing this. Taking away the fruits of other people's hard work without saying anything and saying that it was a job from the start were two completely different things. Using meditation and rituals to cultivate the holy light seed could also be used to clock in. In essence, it was no different from the army's clerks. They were all workers. Han Xiao chose Aurora as his host not only to maximize the potential of the holy light seed but also to let Aurora enjoy the leak growth rate of the holy light seed and increase her leveling speed. In any case, Aurora did not have any bottlenecks. Harvesting leeks was many times faster than accumulating life force naturally. It was equivalent to a large group of people helping her accumulate experience. In his eyes, It was similar to the shadow clone technique. The sooner Aurora stepped into a new level, the sooner the germinal organization would have 3 beyond grade A supers. After encountering the underworld dimension, Han Xiao already had such thoughts. His goal was not to improve Aurora's healing ability but the effect of the underworld. Only when Aurora reached beyond grade A could she complete the Edo Tensei operation. Compared to her healing ability, Han Xiao was more interested in the group of experts sleeping in the underworld. They were a group of super strong combatants. I'm really a little genius. Han Xiao chuckled. The only hidden danger was the Holy Covenant organization. This group of people had an extraordinary interest in primal Esper abilities. If they knew that the Holy Light Seed was on Aurora, they would most likely find a chance to snatch it. However, this was also a good way to lure the snake out of its hole. If the Holy Covenant organization continued to hide, he would not be able to find them. The Holy Covenant organization might not have the guts to attack him again, but they would definitely dare to attack the supers under him. As for Aurora's safety, Han Xiao naturally would not neglect it. He was prepared to give Aurora a king mechanical suit as well. Not only that, he also planned to build a few more sets of spare king and place the teleportation locator throne on different people to ensure that he could descend at any time. The king was purely a teleportation device. The king was expensive to build, so it was very extravagant. However, as a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group and the profitable business of the Evolutionary Totem, he could earn a large amount of annas every year. His money was more than enough to cover this part of the cost. After giving some instructions, Han Xiao told Aurora to go back and properly develop the Holy Light Seed. When she was ready, he would start the Holy Light Emissary plan. Watching Aurora leave the room, Han Xiao could not help but think of Evans. The 2 gold fingers of this old man in his previous life had been taken away by him. How's Evans doing now? Philip popped his head out. He's still figuring out his Esper ability. Han Xiao looked at the monitor. Ever since Evans was sent back by him, he had been receiving secret training. Because he did not have any instructions, he had not copied a single Esper ability yet. He had no combat ability and was at the lowest grade E. Have you found the target I asked you to find? Han Xiao asked. I've locked onto the immortals with matching abilities. The list is as follows. A pocket-sized bookcase appeared next to Philip. He rummaged through it and took out a stack of information. He threw it into the air, and the flying pieces of paper turned into virtual screens, showing the files of different people, floating in front of Han Xiao. Han Xiao could not help but glance at him. Young man, why are you so dramatic? Are you giving me a show? While pressing Philip's face with his fingers and rubbing him back and forth on the table, Han Xiao quickly read through the files. His new S-God cultivation plan followed the path of absorption and planned the growth path for Evans. He had always been looking for the most suitable Esper abilities to possess early on, and the players in these files all belonged to 2 specific types of Esper ability users, the physical strengthening type and the mental strengthening type. The burden of grade E was not high, and copying 2 was the most suitable. Body and mind were the most important basic qualities, so this was the most optimal configuration. Evans had his support and did not need to walk the same path as S-God, so he did not have to worry about his early combat strength. His main goal was to build a foundation. Just these 2. After choosing the 2 players with the best abilities, Han Xiao asked Philip to give them exclusive missions. At this time, the interface suddenly had a notification. Liberating Beast Ancestor Forces, completed. Oh! The troops sent out a few months ago succeeded. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Before going to the secondary dimensions, a group of Beast Ancestor officers led by Jotina had come to him and made a request to liberate the Beast Ancestors base. At that time, Han Xiao had given the mission to the Shattered Star Ring's main forces. Now that a few months had passed, there were finally results. It seemed to be very successful, and there should be a bunch of new people who would recognize him as their father soon. The last planet of Beast Ancestors' base was ablaze, as if the Earth was burning. The planet's defense facilities had all been destroyed, and a large number of spaceship fragments were floating in outer space. Black Star Corps battleships floated above the planet, using tractor beams to absorb a large number of resources and countless captives. Most of them were rescued mothers and ignorant young offspring. In the cabin of one of the transport ships, captives of different species were huddled together in groups of 2 or 3, full of uneasiness. Teams of Black Star warriors pulled everyone apart, separating the warriors, mothers, young offspring, and other captives. "Don't move, stand still," the captain of the transport ship commanded loudly. At the side, Mia, who was wearing a black combat suit and dressed in the style of Hela, had her hands crossed, using her forearm to support a mechanical spear. Her upper body leaned forward, placing her center of gravity on her arm. Her fingers were holding a bag of snacks, popping candy into her mouth from time to time. Her eyes scanned the large group of captives in front of her. Teams of beast ancestor captives were sucked into the cabin, and the crowd was a little restless, seemingly having the intention to resist. However, when they saw Mia standing by the wall, these restless captives trembled and quickly gave up on the idea. In the battle just now, they had personally seen a Calamity-grade officer guarding the base being brutally chopped into pieces by Mia. No one dared to mess around in front of her. At this time, there was a commotion not far away. Mia turned around and saw a few rescued mothers arguing with the Black Star warriors. "Who are you people? Do you know who our spouse is? How dare you offend us? Let go, don't pull me. When His Excellency Beast Ancestor returns, he'll crush you to death." These fellows were pushed into the crowd by the Black Star warriors, but they were still cursing and swearing. They could not stop mentioning the name of the Beast Ancestor. Looking at this scene, Mia pursed her lips and shook her head. At this time, the captain of the transport ship sighed. "It's very sad, isn't it? These mothers that are under house arrest by Beast Ancestor are basically isolated from the outside world. To most people, this is a dark and hopeless life, but there are a few people who are distorted and worship Beast Ancestor instead, taking pride in this identity. Although our mission is to save these mothers, there might be many people who do not want to be saved by us and only want to continue with their previous lives." Mia glanced at him and said, "Do your job. I only have the mission in my eyes. I'm not interested in this kind of thing." The captain of the transport ship stopped talking and continued to instruct his subordinates to do their work. At this time, Mia's communicator rang. Jotina's flirtatious and wild face popped up, but this face was now filled with a holy and motherly radiance. "How are the mothers and their offspring? Have they been saved?" Jotina asked impatiently. Mia smiled and said, "Don't worry, they've been saved. They're all very touched." "That's great. I'll report the good news to the army commander now." Jotina was overjoyed. "By the way, when you come back, I'll teach you a few powerful moves." Without waiting for a reply, Jotina hastily hung up the communication. "What an impatient person." Mia laughed. Although Jotina had made a mating request to her boss in public and was shocked for a moment, after interacting with her for a while, the army officers realized that she was actually very easy to get along with. She had a straightforward and decisive personality, and after a few months, she had become quite popular. This was especially so for Mia, who had the best relationship with her. Both of them were muscular and had endless common topics to talk about. Putting away the communicator, Mia looked at the crowd in front of her again. Her gaze swept across the confused and panicked faces, and she heaved a sigh of relief. "Nero, your godfather is really an incredible person. As expected of the man that even Her Excellency Hela is willing to follow, although Black Star had defeated Garutan out of personal revenge, the result was indeed a great thing for the entire universe." Mia admired him from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 1091. The silver alloy door slowly slid open on both sides. Inside was a room completely made of polymer materials. The walls and floor were a spotless milky white, and the reflective enamel gave it a sense of roundness. 5 large display cabinets were distributed in the middle of the room in a pentagram shape. Each of the cabinets had a beyond grade A frozen by the space-time amber. Their postures were different, and everyone's expression was fixed on their faces. Other than that, there was nothing else in the room. "This is my collection room." A group of people walked into the room. The one who spoke first was Han Xiao, followed by Jotina and a group of former Beast Ancestor officers. The troops that went out had just destroyed Beast Ancestor's base, and Jotina had dragged a group of brothers and sisters over to thank him again. Han Xiao still remembered that he had promised them to visit Garutan, so he had brought them over. This was the collection room where he had placed the 5 beyond Grade A captives. The names of each captive were written on the display cabinets. They were Ethereal's Red Devil Talaran, Radiance's Lone Ranger Jacanets, Energy Solwamra, Hades, and Beast Ancestor Garutan. The 5 beyond Grade A specimens were displayed here. This was the best proof of his achievements. Just this scene alone was enough to shock everyone. Jotina locked onto Garutan at a glance. Seeing this enemy that she had feared for many years frozen in amber, she only felt extremely happy. You also have a day like this? Jotina clenched her fists in excitement. She only felt that this was the happiest day of her life. The dark days of the past no longer existed, and the world in front of her seemed to have regained its color. It was as if there was a fresh breath rising in her mind, washing away the hatred, despair, and anger that had accumulated like mountains. Only the refreshment and hope of a new life was left. She turned around and looked at Han Xiao. Her eyes were filled with admiration and gentleness. In her eyes, Black Star seemed to be exuding a holy light, like a street lamp that led her to a new life. Sensing Jotina's passionate gaze, Han Xiao's face twitched slightly. He hadn't had much contact with Jotina, but her straightforwardness and enthusiasm were still fresh in his mind. The reward of liberating the Beast Ancestors faction had been settled, and he had gained a lot of favorability. He estimated that Jotina's loyalty was almost off the charts. Han Xiao coughed dryly and said, "There are still some people among you who haven't been assigned a specific position. It just so happens that we've rescued a large number of Beast Ancestors' young descendants. I'll leave this group of people to you to teach. Is that okay?" "No problem." Everyone nodded. They were very happy with this arrangement. "Then you guys take your time here. I still have some things to take care of." Han Xiao found an excuse to leave by himself. Jotina and the others had been repressed for many years, and he did not intend to disturb this group of people to vent their emotions. Anyway, with Philip watching over them, he did not need to stay here. Returning to his office, Han Xiao thought about the personnel allocation in the army. Currently, the top calamity grade combatants under my command are only Hardaway, Lethair, Fu Ding, and Jotina. The rest of them have yet to fully mature. These dozen or so Beast Ancestor officers have a lot of weight. Together with this group of rescued Beast Ancestors' young descendants, a new faction will be formed in the army in the future. There were no factions within the Black Star Army. The Black Star Army was also divided into various factions. Excluding Han Xiao himself, it could be roughly divided into a few large factions. The first was the Patriarch faction led by Hurlus, which was further divided into smaller factions such as Sunil, Godora, Blue Star, and so on. This faction represented the older members of the army. The second was the Academic faction led by Lagi and Nero, which was basically made up of graduates of the Super Academy and was very active. The third was the main faction led by some of the Calamity Grade Supers who joined later. This faction was the largest, and it was mainly made up of official warriors and mercenaries without any backing. The fourth was the Administrative faction led by Sylvia and Reynold, which was mainly made up of non-combatant clerks who were in charge of the army's daily affairs, logistics, and so on. After Jotina and the others gained a foothold in the army, there was an 80% chance that they would band together and form the Beast Ancestor faction, or rather, the Light faction. As for Hela, she was a lone wolf and did not have a faction. The influence of the Black Star Guards on the various departments of the army was limited, and their functions did not overlap. Thus, they could not form a faction. Lethair, who was running the Assassin's Society outside, was a secret and could not be considered part of any faction in the army. These factions would also fight in private, but with Han Xiao suppressing them, they were very restrained. Every large organization would have internal conflicts as time passed or expanded. However, the Black Star Corps had only been established for a short time and was still very young. Thus, the level of internal conflicts was very low, limited to the internal conflicts of some businesses. It was impossible to completely eliminate them. Everyone had their own thoughts, and it was impossible to ask others to contribute selflessly. Even a loyal backbone like Hurlus had his own personal interests, which was to seek more benefits for the Sunil race. Power could constantly change people's thoughts. The longer the senior officers served the army, the more things they wanted. Furthermore, the supers who joined the Black Star Corps later on did so to seek a brighter future. Everyone wanted to climb higher, and no matter how big the cake was, the competition would not disappear. The same goes for the Development Union. It's just a startup now, and the concept of factions is vague. When the resources are integrated to a certain extent, it will definitely split into different factions. Han Xiao thought. He could guess that the 3 universal civilizations would use this method to infiltrate the Beyond Grade A Association. There would always be a portion of people who did not agree with the Beyond Grade A United Front from the bottom of their hearts, so they would be easily pulled over. There would also be more people who were easily swayed. The Beyond Grade As were all unruly people, and the root of the division was their different opinions. The structure of the Development Union was destined to be filled with disputes in the future, and the upper echelons above the director level would definitely understand the importance of being united. The resource integration phase of the association was an important period of accumulation. As the vice president, he was nominally suppressed by Manison, but this could not make him a mere figurehead. The source of his right to speak was his own strength and influence in the association. The resource integration phase is also an opportunity for me. I can use my advantages to make more friends, build my own faction, and slowly shorten the gap between Manison and me. As long as I have more people supporting me, I'll be able to compete with Manison in daily decisions, which will be beneficial for my future re-election. If I don't do something, I might not be able to keep my position as the vice president, Han Xiao pondered. He had chosen to take a step back in order to accumulate. There was a good opportunity right now. Although the 3 universal civilizations had tacitly acknowledged the legitimacy of the Development Union, the Dark Emperor's mission had not ended yet. In other words, the honorary director Clotty in name would still make a move against the other members, which would undoubtedly damage the reputation of the Development Union. This was the provocation and contempt of the universal civilizations, as well as an aggressive test. In this case, those neutral Beyond Grade As hired by the supercluster civilizations should be panicking. This seems to be an opportunity for me to take advantage of it. If I exert influence on the dynasty and make the upper echelons stop the Dark Emperor's actions, not only will I be able to show the importance of my position as the vice president, but I'll also be able to gain the favor of these neutral Beyond Grade As. With this in mind, Han Xiao asked Philip to send a message to all the neutral Beyond Grade As in the association. He first asked about their well-being, then mentioned the Dark Emperor, beating around the bush. Although he had decided to deal with this matter personally, Han Xiao did not want to keep a low profile. Helping others in secret was usually the act of a spare tire. He would either not do it or let everyone know that he was the one who did it. Therefore, Han Technician planned to first contact these neutral Beyond Grade As who were targeted by the Dark Emperor and have them raise this matter in front of everyone in the next plenary meeting. All the Beyond Grade A members would hold a plenary meeting every once in a while. The Development Union's reason made this behavior justifiable. This was also one of the original intentions of building a communication platform. Speaking of which, the Dark Emperor captured Traveler, and this guy pushed the blame to Sorokin. The dynasty will definitely not let this go. I wonder what methods they will use to punish the Limitless Financial Group. Han Xiao chuckled. Beep beep. At this time, his communicator suddenly rang. Radiance and Ethereal had sent messages one after another. The content was the 11th revised ransom clause. Han Xiao browsed through it. Compared to the first version, Radiance and Ethereal's compensation terms were much more generous. Because he had not replied with any suggestions, the drafting staff of the 2 parties were about to go crazy. They deeply felt how terrifying a client who did not give any specific requests was. It's been a few months. The torture is about over. It's time to have a result. Han Xiao smacked his lips and changed some conditions on the basis of the 2 clauses, such as changing part of the resource compensation to gold-grade blueprints. The two universal civilizations had a lot of gold-grade blueprints in their inventory, and what they took out to exchange were all filtered conventional equipment. However, this was not important. Since this was one of the sources of God's trait transformation points, Han Xiao had a huge need for gold-grade blueprints. As soon as the two offers were sent out, the diplomats of Radiance and Ethereal were immediately excited. They immediately sent a communication request to Han Xiao to start a formal negotiation. Han Xiao did not torture the other party this time. After bargaining for a while, he came to an agreement to exchange for 3 universal treasure-grade blueprints. The first batch of captives he planned to return was Talaran and Hades, 1 each from each party. For the time being, he did not sell the captives of Radiance to Ethereal. Although this kind of provocation was useful, it also had its drawbacks. Anyway, he still had 2 other captives of Radiance in his hands, and they could be sold at a good price. Han Xiao now needed influence with the universal civilizations to increase his voice in the development union. The way to maximize his benefits was to bide his time. As long as there were captives in his hands, the Radiant Federation would have to give him face to a certain extent. Ethereal would also have a last hope, so he would not easily let go of all the captives. After confirming the agreement, Han Xiao looked at the 2 relaxed diplomats and slowly said, "I'll be waiting for the day you publicly apologize." Radiance and Ethereal had to publicly apologize for attacking the Black Star Core. This was the first condition of the compensation agreement. "Okay, please pay attention to the news." The 2 diplomats bowed in different manners before ending the communication. Their remote projections disappeared before Han Xiao's eyes. Han Xiao leaned back, crossed his legs, and murmured, "Radiance and Ethereal have already given up. The Federation's church has given in for the time being, and the dynasty has also fulfilled the decree of the evolutionary totem to repair their relationship with me. On the surface, they won't use force against the development union. This way, the 3 universal civilizations should be quiet for a while." He was very clear about the nature of the 3 universal civilizations. It would probably be calm for a few months or even a year. However, this was only the calm before the storm because the 3 universal civilizations still had an old enemy to deal with. It was the Supercluster Alliance that had been quietly expanding in the free competition zone. When the 3 universal civilizations were ready, they would definitely give the Supercluster Alliance a head-on blow. This time, they would not be as gentle as they were with the Development Union. They would definitely use thunderous means to dispel the unrealistic ambitions of these supercluster civilizations. In other words, the reason why the 3 universal civilizations were tolerant of the beyond grade as was because the Supercluster Alliance was the #1 enemy that needed to be dealt with urgently. This half a year to a year is perfect for me to keep a low profile and accumulate experience. Han Xiao glanced at the interface. There was a huge influx of experience every day. Although the cost of leveling up from level 320 to level 340 was astronomical, with the merciless leak harvesting machine, he would be able to gather it sooner or later. Now that the players were familiar with the gameplay of the Flickering World version, they were gradually getting on the right track. They did not neglect to explore and PK. Han Xiao planned to enrich their gaming experience. Taking advantage of this free time, he planned to hold the army tournament that he had previously planned and turn it into a large-scale festival for the faction. As the saying went, a horse would not get fat without eating at night. Only when the players were happy would they have more motivation to work. At the same time, in a secret location in Black Star Palace, a player named Paradise Disco was led by 2 mechanical soldiers into a dark tunnel. He passed through layers of security and walked into a dark tunnel. This corridor did not have any decorations, only a pale white ceiling light extending all the way into the distance. At the end of his line of sight was a metal wall at the corner. The tunnel was silent, and only the monotonous sound of footsteps could be heard. Paradise Disco only felt that the atmosphere was horrifying. He could not help but ask, "Bro, where are we going?" The 2 mechanical soldiers did not intend to answer. They did not even turn around, and their footsteps were still in sync. Why so mysterious? Paradise Disco lowered his head, opened the interface, and mumbled softly, "What kind of mission is this?" In the mission list, a mission called Special Experiment was shining brightly. Paradise Disco remembered that he had not done anything, and this mission suddenly triggered on its own. He was required to follow the mechanical soldiers to a designated location to carry out a special experiment. Other than that, there was no other description. However, the reward was very generous, comparable to 7 or 8 grade B missions. His curiosity drove him to accept this mission, and he kept thinking along the way. Does this involve the secrets of the Black Star Corps? Has the army been carrying out some kind of forbidden secret experiment? Why am I the one who triggered it? Did I successfully sneak into Europe this time? Just as he was thinking, the 2 mechanical soldiers in front of him stopped. They had reached the end of the tunnel, and there was a plain alloy door. After swiping the access card, the door opened. Paradise Disco looked in curiously, and a white laboratory appeared in front of his eyes. At this time, there was already another player in the room, and he also looked over. The 2 of them looked at each other, and they were both stunned. "You accepted the mission too? Special experiment, right?" "That's right, that's it. Do you know what the mission is about?" "I don't know. I just got here too." "So mysterious. I like it." The 2 of them gathered together and exchanged information. Their curiosity was getting stronger and stronger. Since they had come to such a secret place like the headquarters, it was definitely not a small matter. At this time, a team of mechanical soldiers pushed 2 devices that looked like life support pods into the room. The 2 mechanical soldiers took out a mask device that could block one's senses and handed it to the 2 players. The leader of the mechanical soldiers said with an emotionless voice, "Lie in the pod, put on the mask, and wait for the experiment to start." The 2 players looked at each other and had no choice but to do as they were told. They suppressed their curiosity and went to sleep in the pod. Paradise Disco put on the mask, and he instantly fell into darkness. His vision, hearing, and smell were all taken away. This way, he would not know what was happening outside. His hands and feet were locked tightly, and he could not move at all. Under such circumstances, the waiting time was especially unbearable. Every minute and second felt like a year. Paradise Disco was getting more and more curious. He even had the urge to break free and take off the mask to see what was going on. However, the high failure penalty of this mission made him want to give up. Your B+ potential Esper ability, super strengthened muscle and bone inflation, has been taken away. You have entered ability frozen state. You are unable to use any skills related to your Esper ability. Duration, unlimited. What? Paradise Disco was stunned for a moment before his face turned pale. Chapter 1092. Where's my Esper ability? On the interface, a large number of skills turned grey and were frozen. Even the passive attribute bonus from his Esper ability was gone. Paradise Disco panicked and struggled to get out of the fixed cabin. This time, a cold metal hand pressed on his chest and pinned him down. Clearly, the mechanical soldier was stopping him from moving. Paradise Disco was wearing a mask that blocked his senses, so he could only see darkness in front of him. He could not see what was happening outside, so he gave up on struggling and waited for the experiment to end. After who knew how long, Paradise Disco felt the device that locked his hands and feet suddenly loosened. He stood up immediately, took off his mask, and looked around nervously. He realized that the scene around him was still the same as before. The mechanical soldier seemed to have not moved at all. My Esper ability is gone. Are you the same? The other player who participated in the experiment was also released. He was surprised. Yeah, mine is gone too. The 2 of them quickly discussed the situation and realized that they were both in the ability freeze state that lasted for an unlimited amount of time. Paradise Disco hurriedly asked the mechanical soldier beside him, "What did you do to us just now?" The mechanical soldier answered according to Han Xiao's preset answer. "Just an experiment. The army is developing a special device to suppress Esper ability genes. It might be widely used in the future. They are indeed developing a secret weapon. The two of them looked at each other and saw the realization in each other's eyes. Paradise Disco could not wait to ask the question that concerned them the most. Can our abilities still be recovered? Of course. In the research and development plan, the immortals are the best experimental targets. According to the logistics department's deduction, the immortals only need to revive once to refresh their body state and recover their abilities. In the future, the immortals might be equipped with this kind of weapon, the mechanical soldier said expressionlessly. Hearing that their abilities could still be recovered, the two of them immediately relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them did not doubt this explanation at all. After all, with the example of the Black Star Corps badge, evolution, developing a secret weapon sounded like something the army would do. In the eyes of the players, this evil organization was exactly the same as the Black Star Corps. This is the army's secret plan. You've all signed a confidentiality agreement. Remember not to reveal what happened here to anyone. As the mechanical soldier spoke, it returned the communication devices that it had confiscated before the experiment to the two of them. Its expression was rather serious. Paradise Disco took back his communication device and exchanged glances with the players beside him. Both of them could see the joy in each other's eyes. Confidentiality agreement. Hee, that won't be able to stop us. Do you think that by taking away our communication devices, you can prevent us from leaking out? How is that possible? The army can't possibly control the forums, right? Do you think the army will be able to find out about our post? The two of them were secretly excited and were already thinking about sharing this secret on the forum. It was not to destroy the interests of the army, but the urge to reveal spoilers could not be stopped. Didn't you hear what the mechanical soldiers said? The army might be able to popularize this weapon on a large scale in the future. Wouldn't that be another suicide weapon after the nuclear bomb backpack and the evolutionary badge? We found out earlier than anyone else, so we can boast to others. Of course, the two of them did not know that this was just an excuse made by Han Xiao. He did not want to expose Evan's existence, so he thought of a reason to hide it so that the outside world would not be suspicious. He purposely told the mechanical soldiers to tell the two of them so that they could spread misleading information and make the players think that this was some secret weapon research project. This way, when he recruited other players in the future, he would not have to think of other excuses and could push all the blame to this project. The mission completion notification popped up on the interface. The two of them collected everything and were too lazy to go back the way they came, so they asked the mechanical soldiers to send them to heaven. A white light flashed, and the two of them appeared in the crowded base hall. The first thing they did was check their status. My abilities have really recovered. Paradise Disco was finally relieved. He immediately opened the forums and recorded what had just happened. He wrote the title, "Shocking. The Army's secret weapon is actually," and posted it. Reality proved that there was a reason why this post was so popular. This post quickly attracted the attention of some players, and people started to comment below. Is it real? Why haven't I seen this mission before? Suppress Esper genes. I remember that Black Star used to have a happy hut that specialized in extracting the genes of galactic pirates. Could it have been improved? If we have this kind of weapon, won't we be able to kill Esper players from other factions like killing chickens? Can you have some imagination? This kind of treasure might be able to knock out NPCs and make those powerful characters lose their ability to resist and be at the mercy of others. Stop talking. I already have 10 gigabytes worth of images in my head. Speaking of which, the Army's secret weapons are getting more and more evil. The aberrations are already too much, and now they're even developing the 10 fragrance tendon weakening powder for Espers. Are we really a proper organization? It seems like the deputy army commander is an Esper. Could it be that the army commander failed to sleep with her, so he secretly developed this kind of weapon and wants to use force? The husband gang is furious. U1 # Black Star is a heartless bastard. Hela and I will live and die together. You're reading on Novelful. Just as the players on the forum were imagining things, a secret door in a secret training room deep in the base opened, and a man in a black hood walked out. He took off his clothes and revealed his face. It was Evans. There was a secret passage in this training room that led directly to the laboratory just now. According to Han Xiao's instructions, he quietly went over and absorbed the Esper abilities of the two immobilized players. Before this, he had confirmed with Han Xiao again and again that the immortal's incapacitation was only temporary. This is the feeling of extraordinary power. Evans raised his right arm and clenched it into a fist. A small amount of energy flowed out of his cells and into the muscles and bones of his arm. Boom! The next moment, his arm clearly swelled up as if he was pumped up. His muscles and bones became tougher, and his strength soared by a large margin. In his hands, his Esper ability could only be used at grade E for the time being. With his meager energy, he could not even support the consumption of the air all over his body. He waved his arm a few times and made a rumbling sound. Just by inflating his arm, it was almost twice as strong as his original strength. All Esper abilities had a potential rating. Generally speaking, the rating represented the upper limit of the Esper's grade that the Esper could reach. Although this rule did not apply to players, the rating also represented the growth and rarity of the Esper ability. The rarer the Esper ability, the stronger it was. Some players kept opening new accounts and spending money to farm Esper abilities in order to farm rare Esper abilities. Physical enhancement was a large branch of Esper abilities. Even if it was the same type of Esper ability, there were many variations. Some normal physical enhancement abilities might only have a grade D or C rating, but physical enhancement, muscle and bone inflation, had a grade B+ rating, which meant that it was a high-quality ability under this category. This Esper ability was a semi-transformational type. Once activated, even a thin and weak bamboo pole could immediately expand into a muscular man. The other psychic ability that he absorbed also had a grade B potential rating and was of good quality. Among the players, grade A was already a rare top-notch ability. Although grade B potential was one grade lower, it was still good enough. Han Xiao had made a special plan to choose these two high-quality abilities to give to Evans so that he would not waste his Esper ability slot. The combination of body and mind was beneficial for increasing basic attributes. As long as his grade increased, these two Esper abilities would continue to provide additional strength, agility, endurance, and mental resistance. Evans loved these two new abilities very much. He had a lot of fun playing with them until he ran out of energy. He stopped panting, his eyes shining. After being ordinary for decades, today was the first time he enjoyed the satisfaction brought by power. The shortcut to snatching power from others exuded an unparalleled temptation, as if it could seduce a person's hidden greed. Evans felt a sense of hunger in every cell in his body. He instinctively desired to absorb new abilities, like an uncontrollable desire to overeat. His Excellency Blackstar said that the changes in the body will also bring changes in the mind. This should be the change that the Esper ability brought to me. Evans was deep in thought. The tenacity that he had cultivated through hardship allowed him to suppress the hunger brought by the Esper ability. He was not an insatiable person. Blackstar had changed his life and arranged a path for him to become stronger. All he wanted was to work hard and repay this favor in the future. He only wanted to live up to Blackstar's expectations. The past few months had been eventful. First, Radiance and Ethereal joined forces to attack the Blackstar core stronghold, but they were repelled by Blackstar. Then, the Beyond Grade A Association was established. The three universal civilizations stood at the center of the storm and had always been the focus of countless citizens and organizations. Today, the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church finally made an official response to the rescue battle of Hela a few months ago. The wording of the press release of the two organizations was different, but the content was the same. They claimed that the alliance a few months ago was an impulse caused by a misunderstanding. At the same time, they publicly apologized to the Blackstar Corps, saying that they would bear all the losses and provide additional compensation. In fact, as early as a few months ago, when the incident broke out, the black markets all over the country had started betting on whether the universal civilizations would bow to the Blackstar Corps this time. The odds were very different, and most galactic residents thought that even if the universal civilizations were wrong, they would not admit it. They did not think that the Black Star Corps would receive an apology from Radiance and Ethereal. At most, they would compensate privately. Therefore, after this statement was released, it caused quite a stir. Most galactic residents were shocked. Throughout the history of the three universal civilizations, they had only bowed to private organizations under very rare circumstances. After all, a public apology would damage the authority of a universal civilization. However, Radiance and Ethereal had chosen to bow to them this time, making the Black Star Corps one of the few private organizations to enjoy this honor. The dynasty was not willing to be left out. After Radiance and Ethereal made their statements, they officially opened the evolutionary totem business, announcing that the product would no longer be subject to restrictions and would officially enter the free market. Countless civilizations had been looking forward to this day for a long time. In an instant, a large number of orders filled the mailbox of the Black Star Corps. The stock that the army had accumulated during this time was continuously shipped out, and a huge amount of cash flowed into the army's account like a surging river. Everyone knew that the Red Empire's move was to get closer to Black Star. The three universal civilizations expressed goodwill to the same person at the same time. In the hearts of others, Black Star's reputation and status rose again. Even the Beyond Grade A Circle had the same opinion. Putting everything else aside, at least Han Xiao's position as the vice president of the Development Union was strengthened. The players of today naturally would not miss out on such an event. They discussed it endlessly in the Flickering World section of the forums. Qing Ningzi, the army commander, still has some prestige, huh? Unknown name, are there any old players who still remember version 1.0? Back then, who would have guessed that Black Star would be such an important NPC? Look at the main characters of those novice planets. None of them became like Black Star. They're all little brothers. Heji, why do I suddenly feel a little touched? In the blink of an eye, 4 versions have passed. It feels like I'm watching my own child grow up. P. Army Commander's Big PP, my son Black Star has the bearing of a great emperor. Important matters must be repeated. Upstairs, do you want to die? The players had already been shocked once when Han Xiao defeated the 12 Beyond Grade As. Having seen the world, they were much calmer now. At most, they would lament about the changes in Black Star's versions. As Radiance and Ethereal fulfilled their part of the deal, Han Xiao also kept his promise and released Talaren and Hades. Garu Star Cluster Gateway, Planet Blackgate, a sealed spaceport. The officials of Radiance and Ethereal were waiting there. The two teams were clearly separated and did not talk to each other. These people were here to pick up their captives and came to the territory of the Black Star Corps. After waiting for a while, a Black Star fleet came from afar and stopped at this dock. The hatch of the main ship opened, and a team of mechanical soldiers walked out of the spaceship with the amber specimens of Talaren and Hades. They placed these 2 pieces of art on the ground, and Han Xiao walked out behind them. Seeing this, the welcoming team of Radiance and Ethereal immediately stepped forward and surrounded Han Xiao, greeting him respectfully. Your Excellency Black Star. Han Xiao casually glanced at everyone and waved his hands. Since you're all here, hurry up and take them away. As he spoke, he gestured for everyone to step back. Nanoparticles blocked their vision, and after a few minutes, the amber bubbles around Talaren and Hades burst. Pa. The 2 of them regained their freedom and staggered, almost falling to the ground. Seeing this, Han Xiao snorted and said coldly, Radiance and Ethereal have redeemed you. Be careful in the future. If you cause trouble again and fall into my hands, don't blame me for taking some parts from you. Talaren shuddered and could not help but take a few steps back. He looked at Han Xiao with fear in his eyes and could not be stubborn anymore. The past few months had been a hellish experience. He felt that if this continued, he would sooner or later be driven crazy by his life in the amber. He did not want to experience this feeling again. Now, he only wanted to stay as far away from Black Star as possible. Hades was also afraid, but he could barely control his expression and not lose his composure. However, he was extremely disappointed. He thought that this operation would at least earn him some reputation, but he did not expect to fail. Although being defeated by Black Star was not a shameful thing, This label would probably follow him for a very long time. He did not even have a nickname, nor did he have any deeds worth mentioning. If someone asked about his famous deeds in the future, how was he supposed to answer? Was he supposed to proudly say that he had been locked up by Blackstar before? Seeing that the two of them were frozen in place, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said playfully, "Why, can't bear to leave? Do you want to stay with me for a few more months?" Hearing this, the two of them shuddered and did not even dare to say anything. They returned to their own welcoming team and hurriedly boarded the spaceship. The officials quickly took off and left with their allies. In the ethereal spaceship, Talaran looked dejected. 6 from ethereal came, and only 1 was caught. "Why am I so unlucky?" Just as he was feeling sorry for himself, the spaceship connected to several communications. They were from Saruman, Taylor, and Mercer, who had participated in the rescue of Hela. Their remote projections appeared in front of him. "Hee, are you okay?" Saruman smiled. "I'm not okay." Talaran was depressed. "Don't be so pessimistic. We were also locked up by Blackstar before, but we've all gotten over it." Taylor smiled and comforted him. "You guys are really magnanimous. When we come back, let's find a place to gather," Mercer said in a muffled voice. Talaran looked at the 3 smiling faces in front of him and suddenly understood. "That's right, we've all been in prison before, so we have common topics to talk about." Could this be the tacit understanding between cellmates? He had not been in ethereal for long. His previous life was a wanted criminal, so he could not squeeze into the beyond grade A circle of ethereal. He was like a fringe person. Who would have thought that being locked up by Blackstar would be a blessing in disguise, and he would be accepted by a group of former cellmates? Talaran's mood suddenly improved. "I've finally found an organization. P.S. Brothers, let's give Han Technician a like and see if there's a chance for him to become a first-class star." Chapter 1093. After releasing the 2 captives, Han Xiao did not leave Planet Blackgate immediately. Instead, he called the person in charge of the planet over and asked him to accompany him to inspect the orbital structure of Planet Blackgate. He also provided some guidance. On the way back, Han Xiao inspected the operation of the Stargate toll booths. The Stargate transportation network in the Black Star core territory was connected from the Garu star cluster to the free competition zone. It was convenient, fast, and one of the few complete transportation routes in the flickering world. Of course, outsiders would have to pay a fee if they wanted to use this Stargate route. Han Xiao fully utilized the talent of the Chinese to build roads if they wanted to get rich. He had set up a toll booth at every section of the Stargate. "This was a true example of "this road is opened by me, but you have to pay the toll." With such a natural treasure trove, the army had already earned back the cost of building the Stargate in less than a year after the opening of the flickering world. Such a terrifying profit margin fully proved one truth: how could the profits of doing business compare to the profits of occupying land? After returning to the Black Star Palace, the first payment for the ransom of Radiance and Ethereal was sent over. Radiance had paid the most. The 3 gold-grade blueprints were all provided by him. This time, he handed over the information of the first gold-grade blueprint. Mechanical Deity Exclusive Weapon, Universal Treasure Level Mechanical Creation, Celestial Punishment Edge. In his office, Han Xiao chewed on a lava-flavored concentrated nutrition bar while looking at the blueprints sent over by the Radiant Federation. The blueprints that Radiance had taken out for exchange were mostly for super weapons used in combat. This was one of the blueprints that Han Xiao had chosen. According to the notes of the Radiant Federation, this was an idea proposed by the fanatical worshippers of the mechanical deity in the Saint Tyracal's race. Radiance had inherited their knowledge and modified it, incorporating some unique technology, and finally turned this incomplete idea into a blueprint. The complete design of this weapon was drawn on the blueprint, and it had some similarities to the technology of the Emperor's cape. Its appearance was a long mechanical blade with a complicated structure. It had powerful close combat technology, and at the same time, it could transform into a giant cannon form and launch a variety of long-range attacks. Its power was just like its name, and the foundation was the Star Destroyer. The celestial punishment edge was similar to the Emperor's cape, and the armed class was more proficient in it. Although Han Xiao was in the virtual class, he could also build it with the knowledge of all classes. But why is this style so strange? Wearing a battle robe and holding a large sword. Next time, give me a mechanical red hair, and I can play the role of the mechanical version of Guan Yu. Han Xiao complained inwardly. Speaking of which, why are these Saint Tyracles so fond of designing close combat weapons? As expected, every qualified mechanic has a pugilist's soul hidden in their hearts. Although he cursed in his heart, he still had to make the item. Han Xiao told Philip to add the raw materials for the celestial punishment edge to the next purchase list. After settling this matter, Han Xiao checked Philip's message box. Not long ago, the neutral Beyond Grade A members who were hired by the supercluster had replied. Most of them were worried that they would become the target of the Dark Emperor's order to kill them. Only a few did not care. It's easy as long as there's a need. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He chatted with these Beyond Grade As for a while, including the head of Golem's Garros, who had been scared away by him before. He hinted slightly, and these people immediately understood. They clearly expressed their willingness to support Black Star as much as possible in the development union in the future. Most of these Beyond Grade As did not want to join the 3 universal civilizations because they did not want to be restricted. However, this would not work in the development union. They were only ordinary members in the association, and their right to speak was limited. Therefore, they needed an upper echelon with power to represent their interests and get better treatment for them. This was a two-way deal, and both sides would benefit from each other. A few Beyond Grade As, including Garros, agreed to publicly raise this proposal in the next plenary meeting. Han Xiao promised to work on this matter and eliminate the threat they faced. After roping in this group of people, Han Xiao turned around and contacted the dynasty, preparing to inform them first. He expressed his intention, and after waiting for a while, the secretary transferred the communication to Uranril. Han Xiao's remote projection appeared in the dynasty ruler's office, and in front of him was Uranril, who was sitting behind the table. "Your Excellency ruler." Han Xiao nodded in greeting. "Black Star." Uranril also greeted him. She stared into Han Xiao's eyes and went straight to the point. "You want me to call Clotty back?" "Yes, the purpose of the development union is to eliminate the conflict between Beyond Grade As. Now that Clotty is an honorary director, if he attacks a member again, it will go against the purpose of the association." Uranril was expressionless. "In what capacity are you making this suggestion to me today, as an ally of the dynasty or as the vice president of the development union?" Han Xiao did not bat an eyelid. "Both," he said. "Black Star, how do you think the dynasty has treated you over the past few decades?" "Win-win." Han Xiao smiled. Uranril paused for a moment before slowly saying, "I have to remind you that the evolutionary totem business and the territory in the flickering world are all benefits that only allies can enjoy. The dynasty values you very much, and you know this very well." Some things were not easy to say. The dynasty did not object to Black Star becoming the vice president of the development union, but they did not want to see Black Stars but being too crooked. They hoped that between the two identities of being an ally of the dynasty and being the vice president, his position would be more inclined to the former. The Mecha Empire was an example. They had made too many contributions, and the Radiants had no choice but to reward them time and time again. As a result, the Mecha Empire grew stronger and broke away from their control. The dynasty did not want to create a second Mecha Empire. Han Xiao pretended that he did not hear Uranril's words and said, "Clotty captured Traveler and another Beyond Grade A, reawakening the fear of others toward him. In fact, the mission has already been completed. If he continues to deal with others, it will be too much. Plus, when I was in the secondary dimensions, I even helped him. Otherwise, there would have been more accidents." That makes sense," Uranril said. Seeing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he said, "Clotty should have reported the results of Traveler's interrogation." Sorokin also interfered behind the scenes. "I wonder if the dynasty has put him on the Dark Emperor's list of punishments." The authenticity of the testimony still needs to be verified. Sorokin's motives are unclear, and Clotty is not suitable to appear. Urinril waved her hands. If the evidence is conclusive, the dynasty will deal with him. Hearing this, Han Xiao secretly gloated. Sorokin had been moving between the three universal civilizations, and now that Traveler had pushed the blame to him, there would be a huge problem in the situation he had worked so hard to manage. He did not know if the dynasty would use force like how they dealt with Traveler. If that was the case, Sorokin's hidden strength would be exposed. The two of them talked for a while. Urinril did not give a definite answer, only saying that she would consider terminating the Dark Emperor's mission. Han Xiao knew when to stop and politely left. A few days later, on planet Fin, the headquarters of the Beyond Grade A Association, in the Round Table Conference Room, the remote projections of nearly 100 Beyond Grade A members gathered for a routine plenary meeting. The Development Union was currently consolidating resources, and the focus of the discussion was the cooperation plans of the various Beyond Grade As. The atmosphere was lively. Everyone was a reputable figure, and they each expressed their own opinions. There was no bureaucratic style. Everyone put forward their own interests, then exchanged interests with the members who had different resources, slowly integrating each business and building a huge network of interests. For ordinary Beyond Grade As, this was a great opportunity to cooperate with other large Beyond Grade A organizations. As long as they were supported, they would be able to obtain huge profits. After talking about the daily affairs, Manison changed the topic and said, "I'm not sure what to do." In the next meeting, the Development Union will introduce two new members, Talarin and Hades. Due to some personal reasons, they missed the opportunity to establish the association. Now that the procedures have been completed, they will attend the next meeting. Everyone could not help but look at Han Xiao, who was sitting in the deputy's seat. Everyone present knew about the personal reasons for Talarin and Hades' absence. The room was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Then, Manison looked around and slowly said, "If there are no other questions, this meeting will end here." This time, Garose raised his hand and said, "I have a question for Honorary Director Clotty." Hearing this, everyone looked over. Clotty, who had been silent, also opened his eyes and glanced around. "I want to confirm one thing. Everyone is now a member of the association and is bound by the rules and regulations. Your Excellency Clotty can't do anything to the members, right? I only listen to the dynasty's orders." Clotty was expressionless, not buying it at all. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. The direct members of the three universal civilizations, who were resting with their eyes closed, opened their eyes one after another, revealing interested expressions. Garose mustered up his courage and said with a deep voice, "I hope the association can handle this matter and ensure our safety. I don't want His Excellency Dark Emperor to suddenly accuse me of a non-existent crime and attack us." As soon as he said that, several neutral Beyond Grade As spoke one after another, expressing their support for this statement. This was obviously premeditated. Manison narrowed his eyes. The current structure of the association was delicate. Although these direct members of the three universal civilizations had joined the association, it was obviously impossible for them to listen to the association's mediation. This proposal brought the conflict to the surface. Although these neutral Beyond Grade As requests were reasonable, they were beyond the current scope of the association's ability. He did not have the right to make Clotty stop. However, the purpose of the Development Union was to mediate conflicts between Beyond Grade As, so it had to be carried out to the end. Manison could not say that he could not do it, or it would shake the foundation of the association and make people worry about the association's ability to enforce its own rules. "I'll try my best." Manison was about to agree first and think of a way later. However, before he could finish his sentence, Han Xiao suddenly interrupted and said, "What's wrong? Leave this problem to me. I'll handle it." Garose and the others understood and all thanked Han Xiao. "We'll leave it to Your Excellency Black Star. We'll wait for your good news." Clotty gave Han Xiao a deep look and did not say anything. Han Xiao smiled at Clotty and did not intend to speak either. Both of them knew that the person who could make the decision was not here. Han Xiao even pretended to comfort Garose, putting on a good show. At this moment, Man Ison, who was next to him, realized what was going on and gave him a meaningful look. Man Ison did not mind Han Xiao establishing the right to speak. The way he saw it, Black Star was on the same side as him. As long as he could do something, everything was negotiable. 7 days later, Clotty received an order from the dynasty ruler to stop the mission and leave the flickering world with the captives. This news quickly spread to the ears of all the members, and in their hearts, Han Xiao's reliability increased by a notch. Black Star had taken the initiative to take over this matter and successfully resolved it, proving his ability. Others knew that he had the ability to handle things and would naturally respect him. This principle was applicable everywhere. To Han Xiao, this was just a small episode that did not cost him much effort. As his position rose, his opinion could more and more easily influence the decisions of the dynasty's upper echelons on some unimportant issues. The dynasty ruler still gave him face and increased the authority of the dynasty's ally as the vice president. This was naturally better than him being controlled by Man Ison of Radiance. On the other hand, Aurora had already mastered the 18 positions of controlling the holy light particle after more than half a month of experimenting. Han Xiao did not delay and immediately announced the existence of the holy light particle to the outside world. He emphasized the new system of the holy light seed and announced that as long as one was an army member, they would be able to exchange for the holy light seed. The new source of power attracted the interest of the players and supers, but it was only interest. The ones who had the biggest reaction were the ordinary people. Almost everyone hoped to have power that surpassed ordinary people. This was the shortest path to breaking through the ranks. As long as they awakened it, they would immediately become a super with special privileges. However, everyone was born different. Limited by their talent, most people were destined to be ordinary for the rest of their lives. Now, an opportunity to change their fate was right in front of them, and the hope was not slim. As long as they worked for the Black Star Corps and accumulated enough contribution, they would have a 100% chance of obtaining extraordinary power. As soon as the announcement was released, countless ordinary people went crazy. The sensation it created was even more terrifying than all the previous deeds of the army. The previous deeds were just deeds, but this announcement was closely related to everyone's interests. Ordinary people had their own way of living. Even if they knew how powerful the Black Star Corps was, there were still very few people who were willing to apply for a job in a warlord organization. However, everything was different now. The attraction of the Black Star Corps to ordinary people instantly surpassed that of 99% of the industries. In just 5 days, the number of ordinary people who applied to join the army surpassed the total number of people in the Black Star Corps. The number of ordinary people in the entire universe far exceeded the number of supers. In a secret research base of the Holy Covenant organization, a researcher placed a cooler in front of Law and Faye, opened the lid, reached into the white cold air, and took out a device that looked like a small radar. Your Excellencies, this is a detection device that I developed using the characteristics of the primal chaos mysterious energy. It's specifically used to detect the holy light particle. Law clapped his hands encouragingly. Good job. This way, we can look for the holy light particle. The holy light particle has not appeared for many years. It's probably sleeping in some secondary dimension and is now ownerless. This is our chance. Is the detection range of this device large enough? The researcher had a confident expression. Don't worry, this device can work with a cross-dimensional detection radar. It's definitely enough. That's good. Faye nodded in satisfaction. Quickly equip it, Law urged. We need to get the holy light particle as soon as possible. Understood, I'll. Before he could finish speaking, an adjutant hurriedly ran in with a communicator in his hand and said anxiously, Sir, Your Excellencies, look at this news. Law and Faye leaned over to take a look and were dumbfounded. The image on the communicator was the announcement that Han Xiao had made. We're done for, Law mumbled to himself. Not only the primal chaos mysterious energy, but even the holy light particle was obtained by Black Star. What kind of luck was this? They successfully attacked Black Star last time because the other party was not prepared and did not understand their weapons. The two of them originally thought that they would never have to deal with Blackstar again, so they were very relieved. However, they did not expect that Blackstar had another primal Esper ability that they needed. The two of them looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. It would have been better if it was another beyond grade A, but why did it have to be Blackstar? Now that Blackstar was prepared, the risk of taking action again was at least 10 times higher. They were probably dreaming if they wanted to ambush him again. Are we still going to rob him? Don't drag me down if you want to die. Faye's tone was filled with disdain. Then what do we do? The holy light particle is in his hands. We have to find a way to get it back. How would I know? The two of them were about to explode. What should we do? The researcher looked around and could not help but ask. Do we still need to install this detection device that I developed? What do you think? Author's note: thank you for the 2,470,000 reward from the Silver Alliance. Han Technician was promoted to grade 1 star. Awesome. Chapter 1094. It's not fair. It's not fair. Inside the exclusive combat room of Blackstar Palace, the mysterious energy host, who was standing by the door, did not want to be left out. He kept nagging at the two people training in the field. Han Xiao raised his hand and crushed Aurora's holy light impact. He could not help but dig his ears, feeling as though they were about to form calluses. Ever since he learned that Han Xiao had found a host for the holy light particle, the primal chaos mysterious energy had lost his mind. He had originally wanted to drag his old friend down with him so that they could happily be used as tools together so that he wouldn't feel lonely being trapped in a lifeless vessel. However, he didn't expect that the holy light particle would be treated so much better than him even though he was the one who had led the way. Why do you get to find a host while I'm trapped in metal? I want a delicious host too. During this period of time, as long as Han Xiao called it out, the primal chaos mysterious energy would constantly nag in his ears, harassing him endlessly. Host. 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 Han Xiao had a helpless expression. Can you stop nagging me? I'm nagging you. A vein popped up on Han Xiao's forehead. He could not take it anymore. Are you forcing me to turn on the silent mode of the mysterious energy host? You won't even be able to speak. Hearing that, the primal chaos mysterious energy stopped. Being trapped in a tool was already miserable enough. It was only because Blackstar was kind enough to give him the permission to speak. If he could not even speak, he would not have any entertainment at all. However, the primal chaos mysterious energy was still indignant. After more than 10 seconds, he could not help but speak again with a weak tone like a wronged wife. But I want a host too. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, how old are you guys? Can you be a little more mature? Are all primal Esper abilities as unrestrained as you guys? The holy light particle, who was watching the show happily, snorted. Nonsense. Most primal Esper abilities are calm. It's all because of the primal chaos mysterious energy that our reputation is ruined. The primal chaos mysterious energy was furious. You can shut up. How are you any better than me? The host's body is so comfortable. It's much warmer than the tin can. The holy light particle said in a lazy tone. It coiled comfortably inside Aurora's body, receiving the nourishment of her life force Esper ability. It was as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. No matter how much the primal chaos mysterious energy scolded it, it would only use this method to provoke it. Listening to the two arcanists quarrel, Han Xiao couldn't help but rub his temples. These two fellows must be the lowest of the primal Esper abilities. All right. Let's stop here for today. Han Xiao waved his hand. Hearing this, Aurora obediently retracted her ability, and the noisy holy light particle was instantly silenced like a duck that had its neck pinched, as if it was letting out a hissing sound. Uncle, how was my performance? Aurora looked a little nervous. Because she wasn't a combat-type person in the past, she rarely received combat training from Han Xiao. The few times she did was as Hella's support, and that was many years ago. During combat training, Han Xiao wasn't as easy to talk to as usual. He was quite strict. Aurora had a lot of people backing her, so she didn't usually have the chance to fight alone. Her combat experience was limited, so she was afraid that she wouldn't perform well. It's okay. You have to choose wisely. Han Xiao called Aurora in front of him and guided her step by step. After Aurora mastered the holy light particle, she had direct combat ability. Although she usually wouldn't have the chance to fight, Han Xiao still trained her personally to help her master the combat techniques of the holy light particle. While he was at it, Han Xiao also tested the holy light particle's ability to punish evil. This function was very idealistic. The criterion of evil depended on the heart of the host and the target. The punishment she received was very weak. According to the feedback from the holy light particle, in Aurora's heart, he was a great person. She didn't feel that Han Xiao was evil at all. The weak damage mainly came from Han Xiao's judgment of himself. He never felt that he was a good person. After teaching for a while, Han Xiao sent Aurora away and summoned Philip to check on the changes in the army after the Holy Light Seed system was made public. The announcement of the Holy Light particle had been released for a few days, and the impact was obvious. The various Starfield's branches welcomed a large number of applicants. The army naturally had to screen them and not recruit just anyone. Furthermore, the salary expenditure was not a small number. The good news was that a large number of ordinary people came for the chance to obtain superpowers. Their goal was clear, which meant that they had strong resistance to pressure. Therefore, Han Xiaoxin had no reason to ask Sylvia to reduce the basic salary of this batch of newcomers to save money. This way, they could recruit more people at the same cost. In any case, these people didn't come for the money, so the army could obtain a large number of cheap labor. Furthermore, in order to earn merits, these people would definitely work hard and not slack off. What? This is exploitation. No, this is called fighting for one's dream. The ability to draw a pie is a required course for a qualified leader. After seeing the soaring performance of the various businesses in the army, Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction and asked about another matter. How's the plan for the army tournament that I asked Sylvia to come up with? Let me take a look. As soon as he said that, the virtual screen in front of him changed to a planning document. It was the plan that Sylvia had come up with. Han Xiao browsed through it carefully. Sylvia had basically designed it according to the framework that he had given her. Sparring was only one of the events. There were also all kinds of technical, sports, and entertainment competitions. There were all kinds of events, of which sports and entertainment were the most common. Furthermore, the members of the army could also apply for events themselves. As long as it was reliable, there was a chance that it would be accepted. Han Xiao had no doubt that the players would apply for football and turn the style into Shaolin football. According to the strength of the members of the army, they would be divided into groups according to their grade to ensure that they would all meet competitors of the same level. At the same time, he decided to give the players the choice of being in an individual group or participating in the grade group where the NPCs were. Of course, this kind of event could not be lacking in incentives. As long as they obtained a good ranking in different groups and events, the army would give them generous rewards. This would ensure that most of the army soldiers would be interested in participating. In order to let the members who did not participate or were eliminated early participate, Sylvia suggested that the officials open a betting pool for each event. This way, they would be able to gain the attention of the entire army. As a warlord organization, there were quite a lot of gamblers. Even those who were not good at gambling would be motivated by the majority. At the same time, they could also be the banker and earn back the cost of the event. Sylvia even planned to sell tickets and collect broadcasting fees to broadcast to the universe. Han Xiao felt that this was a good idea. He might be able to make use of this opportunity to run a competition alliance, just like the various sports leagues in his previous life. He would create a platform for supers to show off their abilities. It would probably have a huge audience in the universe. In the future, he might even be able to get other beyond Grade A organizations to join. Since the Development Alliance prevented armed conflicts, he might be able to use this competition as a way to display his strength and let his officers make a name for his organization. According to this plan, This will be a grand event for the entire army, which will affect the efficiency of normal work. However, this kind of large-scale faction event will bring about a significant increase in cohesion. Not only the players, but the normal army members also need to adjust themselves outside of work. It's like a school sports day, or team building, Han Xiaoxin mumbled. To the players, the focus of the Flickering World version was to make use of the tide of the times to compete with each other. This was the first national war in 4 versions, and the ultimate goal of the clubs was to achieve good results in the International League. Therefore, if he were to hold a larger competition as an NPC in the early to middle stages of the version, it would definitely be popular among the players and become the prelude for the Pro League. This way, the attractiveness of the faction would increase, and it would go from a powerful organization with many benefits to a tournament organizer in the eyes of the players. If he wanted to participate in the army tournament, he would have to join the army. If he belonged to another faction, he would not be able to participate in this competition. Once the players recognized the importance of the army tournament, the army would be like the guiding faction in version 2.0, becoming an organization that many players had to join. This kind of large-scale faction event is not suitable to be held too frequently. It's best to hold it once every 5 to 10 years. Plus, it has to be given a good name. The army tournament is too boring. Thinking about his poor naming talent, Han Xiao was not very confident, so he brought up Philip. "Give me a name." Philip tilted his head and said, "How about the Army Gala, Han Xiao's face twitched. "Why don't you call it the Spring Festival Gala? That's too old-fashioned. Let's change it to something cooler. Then, the Cosmic Hyperstimulation. The Black Star Corps will dominate the Universe #1 martial arts tournament." Damn it, what kind of messy information did those Japanese players upload to Philip? It's better to be a little more simple. Philip changed a few names, and Han Xiao decided to officially call it the Black Star Cup Army Tournament, or the Black Star Cup for short. It was simple and clear, and it also highlighted his name. After improving the plan, Han Xiao sent it to Sylvia and decided to release the announcement of the first Black Star Cup. Such a large-scale event would take a lot of time to prepare, so he decided to use the Pro League as a reference and release the announcement first. The scale of the Black Star Cup was much larger than the Pro League. The Pro League was only for the players, but this was for the entire army. Although there were more than 8 million players in the army, compared to the total number of people in the army, this was only a small number. However, now that most of the players had reached Grade B, their importance could not be compared to the past. They were already considered the pillars of the army. In the universe, Grade B supers were considered the backbone of the army. They could be considered experts in any organization that was not beyond Grade A, and many beyond Grade A organizations did not even have as many Grade B supers as the army players. In the past few months, he had been in the limelight quite a bit, and he needed to digest the impact. It was the best time to turn his attention to the army. This was the best time to hold the Black Star Cup. Furthermore, Han Xiao had another goal that was even more important. The period when the player's impulse to spend was the period before the Pro League of every version. Every time there was a large-scale event, the players would be generous and turn money into combat power. Now that the Flickering World was gradually moving from the early stages to the middle stages, although the players had not reached the max level yet, after almost a year of accumulation, the pockets of many players were filled again. "Some leaks are ripe." Han Xiao sighed softly. It was as if a light flashed across the scythe. Chapter 1095. In the free competition zone, on a certain planet in the Emerald Star Cluster, on a yellow wasteland filled with strange rocks, hundreds of shuttle-shaped low-altitude combat vehicles were fighting fiercely. They shuttled between the cliffs and peaks that were like obstacles, using them as cover. Scorching laser beams passed by one after another, hitting the cliffs along the way. The protruding rock mountains collapsed one after another. There were 4 kinds of organization symbols on the outer armor of these low-altitude vehicles. One of them was the guild symbol of Rivervale, and the other 3 were the emblems of different foreign clubs. At this time, Rivervale was in a bad situation, being surrounded by these 3 foreign clubs. They had no choice but to fight while escaping to prevent being surrounded. In one of the carriers, Maple Moon stood in the pilot's seat. Her hands were on the spherical control devices that were specially used by mechanics on both sides. Flashing mechanical force connected the devices, turning the spaceship into an extended limb that could move according to her will. While dodging the focus fire, she fired a shot from the main cannon and destroyed one of the pursuers. However, a few black shadows visible to the naked eye flew out from the flames of the explosion. They were the players in the enemy ship. One of the mechanic players threw out a compressed orb and turned it into a new vehicle, carrying a few people and chasing after them again. Seeing this, Maple Moon could not help but open the team channel and said helplessly, "There are too many enemies. If this continues, we will run out of stock. Why don't we just die and go back? We don't want this batch of resources. Hang in there a little longer. Our allies are on their way." Mad Blade focused on dealing with the enemy spaceship and was a little annoyed. This planet was originally controlled by a small mining organization. Rivervale, Long Sky, and the other guilds cooperated with them, providing military guarantees in exchange for a share of the mining profits. This was the common way for the guilds in the free competition zone. However, a few of the middle management members of this mining organization had been instigated by a few foreign clubs from Southeast Asia, and they had secretly helped them hide on the planet. When Frenzied Sword brought his men over to receive this batch of resources, the 3 clubs that had been lying in wait immediately jumped out and caught Frenzied Sword and his men off guard. Nowadays, the battle between players was getting more and more complicated, and they were getting more and more familiar with using small organizations. They had self-taught themselves how to bribe, threaten, and interact with NPCs. What Mad Blade had encountered this time was only a small skirmish. The larger guilds had already begun to form alliances with each other. All sorts of infiltration, backstabbing, and betrayal had emerged one after another. The transportation vehicles of Rivervale were destroyed one after another, and the players could only land on the plains. Maple Moon led the mechanic-class players to form a fortress and counterattacked from the air. The other party also landed a group of players, and the 2 sides started fighting on the plains. As they didn't have the numbers advantage, the situation in Jiang City was worrying. After fighting for a while, a few battleships suddenly appeared in the depths of space and rapidly approached. They were Long Sky and the other allied guilds. When the 3 foreign clubs saw this, they immediately took off and returned to the spaceship that was on standby in outer space. Before the reinforcements arrived, they escaped with a leap. Their movements were very practiced, and it was obvious that they had been prepared for this. "Are you guys all right?" Hao Tian and the Long Sky battle team landed beside Mad Blade and the others. They glanced at the mess on the ground. "Sigh, we've been tricked. It's a bit of a loss this time. Some people died several times and lost some experience." Mad Blade was helpless. There was a limit to the number of times a player could die every day, and the penalty would gradually increase with the number of deaths. The players were not afraid of death, but they had to die for a reason. Dying without any benefits was naturally a loss. Now, these foreign clubs have their eyes on our Chinese guilds and have teamed up to target us every few days, Maple Moon complained. "There's nothing we can do about it. We earn the most and have the strongest faction." Sleepy Winter shrugged. Now that the Chinese clubs were riding on the halo of the Black Star Corps, they were doing very well in the free competition zone. What followed was the targeting of the foreign clubs. The previous plan of these clubs to sow discord between countries had failed, and they could not make use of the players in their own faction. They could only do it themselves. In the past few months, they had been harassing the Chinese clubs with the goal of delaying the development of their opponents. Mad Blade was a little worried. "It's fine normally, but if we also get attacked in the Pro League, it will be difficult for us to achieve anything this season. If we also win this season, our China will be the 3-time champion dynasty and enjoy the fame for 3 seasons. The clubs from the other countries will definitely not want to see this," Rainy Kim said calmly. Participating in the competition was to gain fame. Fame was traffic, and traffic was profit. The ultimate goal of the professional clubs was to make profits. The International League was the only large-scale open tournament for the professional teams to increase their fame. Other than that, where else could there be so many people paying attention to the professional teams? Therefore, if China took the lead, it would be equivalent to blocking their path to wealth. The clubs from the other countries would not be willing to just drink the soup, and some of them would not even be able to drink the soup. Therefore, some people would use any means to attack the strong enemy. Everyone was a competitor. If one side was too strong, the others would definitely band together to snipe. It was understandable. Beep, beep. At this moment, the communicators of everyone present rang at the same time. Everyone looked at each other in surprise and looked at their communicators. When they saw the message clearly, they were all slightly stunned. Black Star Cup. On the communicator was a fresh army announcement. Black Star Cup Army League gathering order to the entire army. The Black Star Corps has always been on the path of rapid development. With the expansion of our business, the scale of our personnel is getting larger and larger. In order to increase the understanding between the members of the various departments, increase cohesion, and at the same time, to select talents from various fields, the army has decided to hold a military parade. From today onwards, we will be preparing for the first Black Star Cup Army League. For details, please see Appendix, Competition Rules, Collapse Expand. As long as you are a member of the army, you can participate. As long as you achieve good results, the army will not be stingy with your rewards. We welcome everyone to participate. Army Commander Black Star. Just looking at the content of the announcement, everyone did not feel anything. However, when they opened the appendix, the dense content spread out before their eyes. Everyone's eyes became brighter and brighter. They were all shocked by the scale of the Black Star Cup. Oh my God, the scale of this faction event is too big. Maple Moon covered her mouth with a face full of shock. And we can even apply for the event on our own. Twinkle Fried Rice's eyes widened. Just looking at the introduction, the players present were extremely excited. Compared to the scale of the Black Star Cup, the International League was just a small matter. Mad Blade and Hao Tian looked at each other. Both of them thought of more things. This is a good opportunity to increase our popularity, Mad Blade said excitedly. An event of this scale definitely won't lack attention. There are also close to 10 million army players as the natural audience. That's right. Although it's an event organized by NPCs, as long as it attracts attention, it can also bring in traffic and replace the International League, or even better. Hao Tian agreed. Hearing this, everyone's eyes changed. They looked at this announcement as if they were looking at a huge windfall. Everyone realized that this was probably a new platform for the pro players to shine on. Furthermore, the events would far exceed the International League, which could bring them extremely high exposure. Although the clubs of the other factions could not participate, which meant that the Chinese clubs had no opponents and the competition was not as intense as the International League, on the other hand, was this not an opportunity for the army players to monopolize? Especially in the early and middle stages of the version, the Pro League was still far away. Many players needed entertainment to pass the time, and the Black Star Cup filled this gap. If the attention was high enough, they would even be willing to prepare for the Black Star Cup with the same passion they had for the International League, turning their accumulated experience and wealth into combat strength in advance. What was the point of saving money? It was so that they could spend it at the right time. Such a good opportunity had fallen into the hands of the Chinese clubs. Thinking of this, everyone felt a surge of hot blood flowing in their hearts, and a strange feeling of gratitude welled up in them. Black Star was probably a party member. Black Star Cup. Seeing the army's announcement, many of the foreign clubs were jealous. Every club could see that this was an excellent opportunity for exposure. It was the stage they needed. However, only the members of the Black Star Corps could participate in the Black Star Cup. The clubs that belonged to the other factions could only watch as such a good opportunity was missed. It was like watching the neighboring village make a fortune and build villas, while they could only stay in their mud house and land, envious of other people's wealth. If it was just mission benefits, these foreign clubs could still tolerate it. However, now that they had encountered such an opportunity for exposure, Many clubs' belief in not jumping ship was shaken. Why is the Black Star Corps so familiar with poking our G-spot? Should we just submit? What is Black Star doing? On the other side, some beyond grade as were puzzled by Han Xiao's actions. In the eyes of these people, such a large-scale event was not only a waste of money but also took up the work time of their subordinates. However, after thinking about it, many beyond grade as felt that they understood Black Star's good intentions. With the development union, there would be fewer and fewer opportunities for them to personally take action in the future, which would not be good for maintaining their individual deterrence. Black Star might be looking for a new way to show off his strength to the outside world. Many beyond grade as sighed. The vice president really thought far ahead. This is what it means to work for our benefit. P.S. I've been away for activities these few days, so I've been a little shorter. Chapter 1096. The day after the announcement of the Black Star Cup, countless media outlets and financial group representatives waved their cash at the door, wanting to buy the broadcasting rights. In the large conference room of the Army's headquarters, Sylvia sat at the head of the table. Countless remote projections of the representatives sat below, discussing non-stop. The room was filled with buzzing sounds. Silence. Sylvia knocked on the table, and the entire room indeed quieted down. Everyone stared at her. As the chief administrative officer of the army, Sylvia was also in charge of external communications. In the eyes of many organizations, she was undoubtedly an important figure. Even if the representatives present were the upper echelons of various media outlets or financial groups, they were still very obedient in front of Sylvia. Sylvia looked around and said with a serious expression, "Everyone has the same intention. Everyone is here for the same reason." Regarding the Black Star Cup Army League, the Army commander wants to create a comprehensive sports event for supers. The scope of the first competition will be limited to the Army for the time being, but people from other organizations may be invited to participate in the competition in the future. The specific details are in the introduction of the competition rules. The Army hopes that the competition will be broadcasted to the entire universe, so the broadcasting rights will be sold according to region. The planet-level broadcasting rights will not be sold separately. The lowest price is the Star Zone broadcasting rights, priced at 15 million ANAs. The Star System broadcasting rights are 120 million ANAs, and the Star Cluster broadcasting rights are 980 million ANAs. These will be paid in 1 to 5 installments. This is only the reference price. If you need the exclusive rights of the same region, it will be done through bidding. Hearing this, the audience was in an uproar. Many people looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. Compared to the status of the Black Star Corps and the popularity of this competition, this price was quite reasonable. It was far lower than what they had expected. Generally speaking, there were two ways to sell the broadcasting rights of such programs. The most common way was to sell the broadcasting rights as a unit, with no restrictions on the region. The other way was to split the broadcasting rights, which was usually used for large-scale broadcasting. Only a few people had the right to activate it, or else the media would not buy it. Of course, the Black Star Corps had the right to do so. The basic unit was the broadcasting range of a star zone, which meant that the broadcasting channels of this media were limited to a single star zone. Although the quantum network was very developed now, connecting the galactic society as one, most media audiences were still regional, equivalent to local channels. The lowest price of 15 million ANAs was indeed not a small amount, but the financial groups and media companies that dared to do business with the army were all of a certain scale, so it was not a problem for them to fork out such a small amount of money. If the broadcast coverage overlapped, there would be a set of processing system. If the broadcast coverage overlapped with the same coverage, then the two broadcasters would broadcast together. Otherwise, there would be a bidding war. If there were overlaps of different levels, for example, if one company bought the broadcasting rights of a star system and the other company bought the broadcasting rights of a star zone within that star system, they would either not deal with it, apply to the army for negotiation, withdraw the authorization, or cooperate with each other. However, The media was strictly prohibited from buying the broadcasting rights of a large area and then privately distributing the broadcasting rights. Sylvia summoned Philip's doppelgangers one by one and came to the side of each representative to record their bids. The media representatives thought for a while, wrote down their requests, and eagerly bought the rights. Everyone could see that the Black Star Cup was a business opportunity. Recently, the Black Star Corps had done a few big things, and their popularity was extremely high. This was especially so for Black Star's godlike battle and the Holy Light Particle, which attracted a large amount of traffic to the army. Out of 10 galactic residents, at least 3 to 4 would pay attention to the army's news. Furthermore, the Black Star Cup itself was also very attractive. Although there were many supers in the universe, and battles were not rare, this kind of competition where countless supers of various grades participated together was far too rare. Furthermore, there was also a selection process, which made it easier to mobilize the audience's emotions. Furthermore, there were too many competitions, and it was rare to see so many supers participating in so many interesting sports and entertainment events. According to the blueprint of the Black Star Cup, there was a chance that it would evolve into a league with more organizations participating in the future. With the status of the Black Star Corps, there was no need to be afraid of others following the trend. In the long run, this league had a lot of potential. Not only did the representatives present want to sign the contract for this season, some even wanted to sign a few more seasons as a long-term investment. On this project, it's a win-win situation for us. Sylvia spoke while everyone was thinking about the price. If the army wants to make the Black Star Cup bigger, we need more media to broadcast it and attract more attention. You guys also need viewership ratings. I don't need to emphasize the scale of the Black Star Cup. This is a rare event. At this time, a financial group representative raised his hand and asked, I heard that the army is opening bets internally. Do you guys accept outside investments? You can open your own bets, but the army's bets do not accept outside bets. Sylvia waved her hand. Why is that? If you guys open bets, the amount of profit will definitely increase by a few levels. Someone was puzzled. This is the army commander's highest order. Sylvia did not explain to everyone. In fact, when she learned of Han Xiao's decision, she also felt that it was a little strange. This was an opportunity to make a lot of money. With her understanding of Han Xiao, there was no way he would let go of this opportunity to make money. However, she did not expect her teacher to change his mind. Later, Han Xiao explained to her that although the army was rich, the bets placed by the outside world were still too huge. There was a risk in opening bets to the outside world, and there might be some shorosh behind the scenes. Closing bets internally meant that the funds would circulate within the army. No matter who won or lost, the money would still be in the hands of the army members. On the other hand, if the army opened bets to the outside world, it might cause some dissatisfaction among the army members, which was not conducive to ideological development. If the bets were only limited to the army, the impact would be much better at the grassroots level. It would feel like they were playing behind closed doors. To put it simply, they were not interested in this rotten money. After receiving every offer, Interpais brought the business team in to negotiate. Sylvia left the conference room and rushed to the next meeting. Other than selling the broadcasting rights, the army was also preparing to find a large number of sponsors for the Black Star Cup. He believed that the army's partners would more or less invest some money, regardless of whether it was from the perspective of benefits or face. On the other side, Sorokin also found Han Xiao. You want to sponsor the Black Star Cup too? Han Xiao sized up Sorokin's remote projection in front of him. That's right. You're a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group. Of course, I have to show my support for your project. Sorokin put on his signature fake smile. How much are you prepared to invest? Sorokin gave a number and smiled. This number represents my full sincerity. Han Xiao's heart skipped a beat. This sponsorship amount was a little exaggerated. Your sincerity is overflowing. Are you sure you're willing to give so much? Yes, the Black Star Cup has a lot of potential. I'm very optimistic about this investment. Sorokin smiled and slowly said, furthermore, we're partners now. Due to certain reasons in the past, there was some animosity between us, so I hope to make up for it with you. Han Xiao immediately understood. Fine, he's here to pay the protection fee. He wants to make up for the losses he caused me in the past. He had used similar threats to take away the position of a shareholder. What was done could not be undone. Sorokin had accepted reality and took the initiative to make up for it. He had to admit that he was indeed flexible. After all, there was a saying that went, just make do. Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and turned his gaze. This guy was probably not only here to make up for their relationship but also for Traveler's matter. The Dark Emperor had captured Traveler and released news that the dynasty was going to hold a public trial. Since he had gone to the secondary dimensions some time ago, Sorokin might have thought that he knew something and came to sound him out. After all, Sorokin had also interfered in the rescue of Hela, and Traveler was one of the few people who knew about it. Of course, he would feel guilty. All right, I'll remember less about what happened in the past. Han Xiao smiled at him and dragged his words. About the tyrant, Sorokin's eyelids twitched. This, without waiting for him to answer, Han Xiao laughed. Don't worry, I'm just kidding. Why would I let you tear up the agreement with him and use the same methods to deal with me to suppress all the businesses you helped him expand? My relationship with him is very good. Like hell I'll believe you. You black-hearted bastard, you're very bad. Sorokin calmed down and probed. I heard that you recently went to the secondary dimensions. How was your trip? Not bad, I went to a lot of places. Han Xiao talked about everything but the main topic. After patiently listening for a while, Sorokin saw that Han Xiao was not going to get to the main topic. He coughed and took the initiative to ask. It said that the Dark Emperor captured Traveler in the secondary dimensions. Did you meet him? Yes. Han Xiao nodded. Sorokin was delighted and wanted to hear what Han Xiao had to say. However, he realized that Han Xiao had suddenly shut up and had no intention of continuing the topic. The two of them stared at each other for more than 10 seconds. Sorokin could not take it anymore and could only take the initiative to ask, what was the situation at that time? At that time, Little Dark Emperor almost let Traveler escape. He happened to bump into me, so I caught him. Han Xiao smacked his lips and sighed. Speaking of which, this guy has no backbone. I used some torture on him, and he confessed the identity of the mastermind. Sorokin's heart tightened. Who is it? Han Xiao glanced at him and slowly said, he said that he was actually not a neutral mercenary but a secret member of a supercluster civilization. He was ordered by the higher-ups, so when Hela was attacked, he came to interfere. Secret member? Sorokin was curious. Which civilization is he from? Han Xiao's tone was solemn. We did not expect that he was actually from the Modo civilization. So, it's Modo. Sorokin was deep in thought. He suddenly froze and became vigilant. No, Traveler would not help him cover up the truth. He would definitely expose that the reason the supercluster sent him out was because of him. If that was the case, the dynasty would definitely know that he was involved. Then, you. Sorokin stared at Han Xiao and stopped. What do you want to say? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Did Traveler reveal anything else? You want to ask if Traveler exposed you, right? Han Xiao chuckled. Sorokin's expression tightened. If Blackstar said that, he would definitely be exposed. This time, Han Xiao stopped smiling and said coldly, what you did behind the scenes is not right. Actually, he originally planned to hide it, but when Sorokin came looking for him, he realized that his original plan of hiding while the enemy was in the open was not very realistic. Because the dynasty was going to put Traveler on trial in public, Sorokin definitely would not have any illusions. He knew that the probability of Traveler admitting guilt was very high, so there was no reason for him to keep it a secret. Therefore, the dynasty would most likely know what he was doing behind the scenes. Therefore, Blackstar would definitely be notified and know that he was scheming against the Blackstar Corps behind the scenes. In that case, even if he acted dumb, it would be useless. If he tried to hide it, Sorokin would only be more vigilant. Instead of that, he might as well just say it out loud. According to his understanding of Sorokin, this bastard knew when to back down and when not to back down. He definitely did not want to have a falling out and wanted to find a way to make up for it. After all, even if Sorokin gave him compensation, it did not mean that he would give up on targeting Sorokin. Sorokin paused and showed a helpless expression. All right, you caught me. My motive for doing this is only to maintain the balance, not to target you personally. However, I did wrong you in this matter. Since we're partners now, I'll give you an explanation to express my apology. Han Xiao carefully observed his expression and narrowed his eyes. Just as he had guessed, with Sorokin's thick skin, it was unlikely that he would panic after being exposed. Instead, he would openly accept this matter, apologize in person, and find a way to make up for it. Furthermore, Sorokin was very cunning. He had actually prepared a backup plan for this matter, which was that he deliberately revealed his inner thoughts to Traveler and found a reason for his actions to protect collectivism and attack the united front of the Beyond Grade as, not involving personal grudges. With such a thought as support, even if he was exposed afterward, he would not be targeted so fiercely. This was because the position he showed in this matter was actually the same as the three universal civilizations. They both wanted to attack the united front of the Beyond Grade as. He only made a mistake in his method, but even so, the degree to which he offended the dynasty was actually very low. After all, his method was to interfere indirectly and not directly, so there was a certain amount of leeway. In the current complicated situation of the universe, the three universal civilizations had a conflict of interest with the Development Union. As a member of the association, Sorokin had the so-called collectivist ideology, so in the eyes of the three universal civilizations, he was very likely to become one of the people they could fight for. Although exposing his position would cause the Mecha Empire, Black Star, and the other Beyond Grade as who supported the United Front to ostracize him, this would also become an opportunity for him to get closer to the three universal civilizations, reducing his losses as much as possible. Han Xiao had to admit that Sorokin was really cunning. This two-faced guy always had room to deal with the negative consequences with the resources he had. The biggest problem was that he had colluded with the Supercluster Alliance on this matter, so the three universal civilizations would definitely be dissatisfied with this. Sorokin would not be able to clear his name, so he would definitely have to bleed a lot to solve this. The second problem was Han Xiao's attitude. Black Star had been offended, and no one could shake his position now. Sorokin could only compromise and be prepared to be asked for more. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Han Xiao blinked and said coldly, "Let me hear how you're going to apologize to me. P.S. Pushing a book, Han Q, newly released in July, a great master of history, once a good friend." Introduction. Looking back 1,000 years, the Han Palace is still the same. In the third year of Emperor Zhao of Han's Yuan Feng, the ministers in the court were in power. Outside, the Xiongnu had not been wiped out, and the Silk Road was endless. In the Dunhuang Gobi, in a relay station called Shenquan, an insignificant official, Ren Hong, threw his pen and shouted angrily, "A man without ambition should still follow Zhong Qian and Fu Jie's example and become a marquis." Chapter 1097. I will provide greater support to the Black Star Corps. The services and resources you purchase from the Limitless Financial Group will only be charged at cost price. At the same time, I will bring a large number of preferential business projects to cooperate with the Germinal Financial Group under your banner. On the other hand, I am willing to invest in the construction of factories in the Black Star Corps territory regardless of the cost. Through burning money, I will support the perfect industrial chain in various fields in your territory. Sorokin said a lot. In summary, other than losing money, he would also use the Limitless Financial Group's business and funds to help the Black Star Corps develop and provide many preferential terms. Han Xiao calculated in his mind. If all these conditions were fulfilled, even with the Limitless Financial Group's huge business, they would still have to pay a huge price. For the army's territory, the construction speed would also increase. In order to mend their relationship, this guy was not stingy at all. Sorokin had once used a similar method to help the Bloodshed Land develop. Now, the Bloodshed Land had basically completed its transformation and become a strong competitor of the army in the Shattered Star Ring. At this time, Sorokin was willing to give the same treatment as the Black Star Corps, or even more generous terms. As for the support from the tyrant, even if Black Star did not say anything, Sorokin would have temporarily stopped it. Business was business. Han Xiao did not deny it and proposed a new condition. Although the construction of the flickering world territory is important, the army's goal is even greater. I want to develop in other star fields. Your limitless financial group has huge businesses in various star fields. You can share this with me. Okay. Sorokin smiled on the surface but was actually gritting his teeth. He knew that Black Star was not satisfied with the compensation but had his eyes on the limitless financial group's business channels. He wanted to take a share of the profits, suck the limitless financial group's blood, and snatch the limitless financial group's business to nourish the army's business network in other star fields. Although Sorokin was mentally prepared, he still felt the pinch. He was willing to give so much compensation because, on the one hand, he wanted to mend his relationship with Black Star. Even if the chances of Black Star giving up on dealing with him were only 50-50, it was still worth the investment. On the other hand, he wanted to indirectly express his attitude to the dynasty. Although this way, the Black Star Corps might become the leeches of the limitless financial group, feasting on the flesh and blood of the limitless financial group, the most important issue at hand was dealing with the dynasty. Bleeding was inevitable. Otherwise, Sorokin would not have compromised like this. Although the Black Star Corps was strong, he wasn't afraid of Han Xiao when it came to business. He was only afraid of the empire behind him. After this storm, these lost benefits could be slowly reclaimed in the future. The current agreement could also be reneged on. Therefore, Sorokin didn't care about anything else and agreed to it first. Also, I like universal treasures very much. Whether it's the real thing or the blueprints, I like to collect them. The limitless financial group should have some connections, right? Share some, Han Xiao said slowly. I'll try my best to collect some when I get back. Sorokin agreed without hesitation. After all, there was no harm in having too many debts. That's all for now. Fulfill these conditions as soon as possible. Han Xiao waved his hand, indicating that he was sending him off. I still have something to do later, so I won't chat with you anymore. Okay, I won't disturb you anymore. Hearing this, Sorokin stood up, nodded slightly, and ended the communication. The remote projection disappeared instantly. Han Xiao leaned back, deep in thought. Traveler is a loyal subject of the Star Arc civilization. Currently, it seems like only I know about this. I wonder if the dynasty will find out the details in his subsequent trial. Anyway, based on Traveler's statement to the dynasty, he insists that Sorokin is the only scapegoat. The dynasty will definitely send someone to question Sorokin's motives. At that time, Sorokin would definitely blame the Superstar Cluster Alliance. If I told him that Modo was the mastermind, he would most likely tell the dynasty as well. If the dynasty continued to ask, he would probably say that I told him. The dynasty knew that I was targeting Modo and understood my motives. Even if they knew that this was a lie, they might be happy to see it happen and admit to it. In the future, they would use this as an excuse to find an opportunity to attack the Modo civilization and the other Superstar Cluster civilizations. As for Sorokin, he might not believe my words, but even if he doesn't believe that Traveler is the owner of the Modo civilization, he will definitely investigate and test it out. Han Xiao shook his head and chuckled. This way, the Modo civilization would be the one to suffer the most in this chain of events. In the future operations of the three universal civilizations to attack the Supercluster Alliance, the Modo civilization would probably receive a warm welcome from the dynasty. In that case, the second requirement of the S-grade mission, Kundi race leader's last wish, should be more or less completed. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he rubbed his hands. He had been eyeing the rewards of this mission for a long time. Proof of leadership, the enemy, and, Kundi rage, a total of 3 excellent abilities. Currently, the Modo civilization was under the protection of the Supercluster Alliance, so it was not good for him to fight them head-on. With the current status of the Black Star Corps, all administrative procedures were given the green light, and the broadcast media and sponsors were quickly in place. Han Xiao specially allocated a few barren planets as the competition venue, and the professional galactic engineering team called over by the Limitless Financial Group quickly built the venue. The army members participating in the Black Star Cup also gathered. The process was similar to the Pro League. Due to the large number of participants, the qualifiers were used to quickly eliminate a large number of people before slowly holding the competition. After more than 2 months of preparation, the preparations for the first Black Star Cup were finally completed. On the 28th of October, year 730 of the Galaxy calendar, the highly anticipated opening ceremony of the Black Star Cup was held as scheduled. With the support of the media, the eyes of the entire universe were focused on this event. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,